प्रौद्योगिकी का दिशा सूचक मंच है। आज के अगले इन 3 दिनों में यह मंच ज्ञान, नीति और नवाचार का एक वैश्विक संगम बनने जा रहा है। A warm welcome to all of you once again. We will begin the morning with our first session, the plenary lecture, designed to frame significant deliberations as global thought leaders who have shaped discourse across continents join us to share their insight and valuable knowledge, expertise, and experience with us. To start the session, I invite our session coordinators, Dr. Hina and Dr. Asif, to take the plenary lecture forward. And also, I request all our eminent speakers of the plenary lecture, if you can keep your address within 15 minutes of time, please, so that we are able to keep the timeline and we are able to start our inaugural session on time, that is by 11:30, as soon as our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister of join us. So I request once again to all our respected speakers of the plenary lecture to please keep your address within 15 minutes of time. Thank you, and I hand it over to Dr. Hina and Dr. Asif.
Thank you, Saroj. A very, very good morning to everybody. It is a privilege to start Anvesh 2026 with a plenary session. Thank you to all of you for joining us, our international delegates, especially traveling and coming to share their insights with us, our national delegate time and joining us, my dear students, government officials, our esteemed delegates from industry, academia. Thank you so much for joining us today. To begin the session, it is my privilege to introduce our two eminent co-chairs, Professor Sangeeta Shukla ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut. With over 35 years of distinguished experience in educational planning, research, leadership, and institutional transformation, Dr. Shukla has led her university to NAC A++ accreditation with an outstanding CGPA of 3.66. Under her leadership, the university has significantly expanded academic programs, strengthened research infrastructures, secured numerous patents, and established a strong national and international collaborations. I invite you to stage, ma'am. Our second co-chair leading this session is Dr. J.P.S. Gill. Sir is Vice Chancellor of Guru Angad Dev Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, Ludhiana. Dr. Gill has over 3 decades of expertise in veterinary, public health, and epidemiology. He has contributed extensively to various global and national expert bodies, including FAO, WHO, FSSAI panels, ICAR, ICMR, DBT, and has played significant role in shaping India's National Action Plan for Antimicrobial Resistance and Zoonotic Diseases. Together, they represent academic excellence and research leadership and global engagement. Sir, I humbly request you to join the stage, please. We have two eminent speakers today. First, we have Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted. Ma'am is a World Prize laureate for 2021 and globally acclaimed nutrition scientist associated with CGIAR and World Fish. Her pioneering work on aquatic food systems has transformed global understanding of how small indigenous fish species can significantly improve micronutrient intake, maternal and child health, and sustainable livelihoods. Ma'am's science-driven innovations have advanced climate-resilient and nutrition-sensitive food systems across developing regions. I humbly invite you to stage, ma'am. Our second speaker for the day is Honorable Professor Narpinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, Graphic Era University, a highly cited researcher and recipient of prestigious honors including J.C. Bose National Fellowship and Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award. Sir is globally recognized for his contribution to food science, carbohydrate chemistry, and plant protein research. His scholarly work has significantly influenced advancements in cereals and proteins and science worldwide. Sir, I request you to please join the dais, sir, please. Can we have a louder round of applause for our speaker? Full vigor, the Anvesh 2026. Thank you so much. Now I request our respected co-chairs to set the context for the plenary, please. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you can use the mic. Gurjeet, can you help with the mic, please?
आप सभी को सादर प्रणाम. Am I audible? In fact, a very warm welcome to the session Plenary 1. And we have to maintain time, so I'll be very short for this contest. We all know that India's higher education system is undergoing a transformative phase, which is driven by various policy changes, structural reforms in governance, accreditation, research rankings, multidisciplinary education, industry engagement, entrepreneurship, and establishment of different, reshaping the institutional landscape. We all are working very hard, and a think tank is always there working for these reforms. At the same time, national initiatives which are emerging forward, agricultural and technical institutions in particular, stand at a critical junction. As India aspires to become a global knowledge economy and innovation driven nation, universities and agriculture universities, they must transit from a compliance oriented system to performance outcome based models, emphasizing more on research excellence, skill alignment, entrepreneurship, and global benchmarking. So in this conference, I'm sure
wording of Norm Borlaug, the Nobel Prize winner and the father of the Green Revolution, in his Nobel Prize lecture in 1970s, he said that nations cannot be built if there is hunger and misery. And these words still are valid today. In 2050, we need more 50 to 70% more food. And on other side, we have the around 30 to 40% spoilage of the food. So this topic of this plenary session or this event is really relevant, that we have to produce more. We have to preserve what we have today with innovations, technologies, new technologies, so the wastage is less, so the food to reach to the consumers what they want. So without depleting our natural sources, the effect of the climate we have with us.
Systems. And I sometimes would like to start with intake of foods, with consumption, and move backwards to production. Because many times when we start with production and the inputs to production, by the time we are finished with that, everybody has left the room or fallen asleep. And we haven't talked about the most important part, the foods for consumption. So moving backwards, I think, is sometimes very important, and we should always remember that. And it not only gives us the way of moving backwards with the food, but it gives us the opportunity also to talk about investments, policies, food chains, and all parts of a holistic food systems. So this is important for us. And in doing so, when we talk about consumption, we must also remember that we talk about consumption for all, leaving no one behind, because many times the consumption patterns are focused on different parts of the society. This movement to food systems is heading towards the 2030 agenda. And aquatic foods, when summit in 2021, aquatic foods were the only foods that were included were foods from land. And by chance, luckily, I got food prize in 2021, and I worked with aquatic foods. So I was able to include aquatic foods within the food systems. And so it's as new as 2021. all governments or many countries have signed up to the UN food systems process and to reaching the sustainable development goals. And each country, including India, has a national pathway for the food systems and going on to 2030. And here I present the national convener for India. I'm not sure if it's the same person as same person, but it's always a high-ranking government official. We have heard from the speakers before me that hunger and malnutrition are still very prominent, not just protein, but many minerals, vitamins, and essential fatty acids, all important, for example, for growth, development, and cognition in children. And we know, for example, that many species of seaweed are rich in iodine. And just imagine that as a world, we use iodized salt as our source of iodine. What if we had this knowledge from the very beginning and used seaweed as a source of iodine? Because many people, their consumption of salt is too high, and therefore in using a salt as a carrier of iodine is not very wise. But if we had used seaweed as a salt of iodine, then we would at the same time be giving much more essential nutrients. I work with the CGIAR and also in our strategy, which was framed in 2021. It was the first time in the objective of our strategy that we also include water systems. So we just not only talk about food from land, but food from water, and we take into consideration sustainability, talking about the climate as well. With respect to recommendations for how much aquatic foods one should consume and what is good for you, just in October 2025, last year, the Eat Lancet launched the Commission report on healthy, sustainable, and just food systems for all. And in this report, I am one of the 3 co-chairs. The recommendation is 30 to 100 grams of sustainably produced aquatic foods. Now, this is a global recommendation. Of course, it varies a lot and depends on where you live, where you come from, and your food traditions. So this is just an overall recommendation which countries can make use of. In looking at the food systems approach to sustainable, healthy diets, I work a lot with a system that I call nutrition sensitive. So it's just not looking at the foods that people need for being nutritious and healthy, but it's taking also into consideration ecologically responsibilities. It's taking into consideration diversity and traditions, and very importantly, no waste. We heard from our speaker before that up to last year, we were using a value of 1/3 of foods that's produced is lost or wasted. And this year, we have now adjusted that value and say that the value we should be using for foods that wasted and lost is 40%. And this is just irresponsible. Of the foods produced, we should not be accepting that 40% is lost and waste. In talking about the recommendations and food-based dietary guidelines moving forward, the Mediterranean countries have done a lot about looking at first, their traditional diets, then looking at the recommendations, the global recommendations, but also taking into consideration other factors. For example, exercise, mental health, together with diet to move forward, and that all countries should be doing this, focusing a lot on tradition and also, very importantly, on seasonality. I've worked a lot and still work a lot in Bangladesh, and there I see the importance of dietary diversity and seasonality, and how the food systems can be used over seasons and taking into consideration tradition and different dietary habits. You move from one village to the next, and you would see different recipes, different diets, different ways in which people combine food, and different ways in which people eat. So it's extremely important to take into consideration diversity of the diet. Seasonality, as I said, is important. And again, seasonality is closely tied to affordability. So if we would use the foods that are in season, for example, vegetables and fruits that are in season, they will be in season, less expensive, and they can form a great. And also, if we would use seasonality to the best of our advantage, then we can be using the foods at the low, at when the season is high and the prices are low, and use those foods to make products which we can keep for the times of the year when food is expensive. So for example, I work with small fish, which are rich in very many micronutrients, both vitamins and minerals, in many parts of the world, in Asia and Africa. And if in the season these fish are collected and sun-dried, then they can be used, for example, as a fish powder at other times of the year. The figure to the right, you would see there are wafers which UNICEF uses filled with fish powder and other foods which are fed to malnourished children in parts of Asia. My work has concentrated a lot on different species of small fish. And why small fish is important, I know, for example, here in Haryana, with the Yamuna River and with many inland waters that you have, there is a variety of small fish here. So I've also looked at these small fish species here, because they're the same varieties species that I've worked with in Bangladesh. And recently, just as late as last year, this Japanese study came out which showed that the consumption of small whole fish is important for reducing all-cause mortality and increasing life expectancy. And why have I written small fish whole? Because it's extremely important to eat all parts of the fish, including the bones and the organs, because that's where a lot of the micronutrients. I would have loved to do this study in the countries where I work in Africa and Asia, but couldn't, because we just don't have the data for those countries on consumption and life expectancy as they have in Japan. So it's nice that they have done this study in Japan. Food safety, I talk about the value in terms of nutrients and the value in terms of nutrition, but it's not just the value in terms of nutrients and nutrition, but also food safety is important. And we are increasingly seeing, because we now have the analytical methods to measure heavy metals, antibiotics, and recently microplastics in foods. And we are seeing increasingly concentrations of these compounds in aquatic foods. I've talked about loss and waste and how important to tackle loss and waste. It's just irresponsible, and we just cannot accept that 40% of the foods that are produced are lost and wasted. And this is extremely important for aquatic foods, because aquatic foods, as you all know, are very perishable. So it's important to consider loss and waste. One way to reduce the loss and waste is ensuring that we use the whole fish, just not for foods, but of course for many other byproducts and for example, pharmaceutical compounds. So in using all the food, the whole fish, we can get rid of that 40% that's lost and wasted. I've worked a lot in the state of Odisha, and we've reached far ways of ensuring that we use small fish to nourish all people. The government has included the use of small fish in their policies for hospitals, for schools, for Anganwadi centers, and small fish is used to thank you. And small fish is used, for example, in school feeding and take-home rations for women and children. Moving forward, we should be able to use big data and AI for moving forward with new technologies and methods, but we should at the same time be combining it with indigenous knowledge and practices. And this has proven to be difficult because indigenous knowledge and practices are in the forms of stories and storytelling and in the form of parables, whereas AI and big data is in the form of numbers. So how do you get these two worlds to meet and get the best of these two worlds? Again, this is from Assam and from Odisha where I work. And we have tried to make the systems of using small fish more sustainable. So now we are producing the seedlings in hatcheries in Odisha and Assam, and soon we'll be doing the same in Kerala. New technologies moving forward. India has started using drones, for example, for sowing rice seed. There must be ways we can also use drones to make the production and the food systems of aquatic food systems much more forward thinking and also perhaps lower the costs. A circular economy is again important for making sure that we reduce the loss and waste of aquatic foods. And let me leave you with some points for going forward. We must have a people-centered approach. If we do not first take care of the people, their needs, then we cannot take care of sustainability and the planet. The investments are important, the research and the policies are important, and here we need to work together with governments. It is very, very important that we engage youth, both young men and women. If you look at the people who are today working within agriculture, working within aquatic food systems, they are older, they belong to an older generation. If we do not have a new generation coming forward, then we would lost all that we have. And as I said before, combining tradition and culture with the new techniques going forward, for example, with AI. And it is really important that the knowledge about the importance of aquatic foods, that they're healthy and that they can be sustainable, are imparted to the younger generations, starting with children at schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you for keeping it brief also into time. We really apologize for prompting you in between. Now it's my honor to invite Professor Dr. Narpinder Singh, sir. He's sharing his insights on influence of protein type and characteristics on the quality of plant-based meat analogs, challenges, and future perspectives.
Dr. Shukla, the chair of the session, Dr. Gill, co-chair, Dr. Distinguished speakers from different countries, faculty of NIFTIM, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I have, chosen this topic, the influence of protein types and its characterization. It is both technical as well as, journal topic I have selected. At present, there is a great market for the fast food, the meat substitute, and bottled water market, and organic food beverages, right? So it has already been estimated that by next 5 years, we have the meat analogs market of 11 billion. And of course, the market for organic food and beverages projected around 860 billion. But it is a great challenge for India that how we are going to meet the requirement of meat analogs worldwide, you can say, and how we are going to produce the organic, the food. When there are so many regulatory issues among different countries, like you have to follow North America, America, European Union, Japanese standards, all countries, they have different standards. And of course, we have fragmented farming and there is zero tolerance towards maximum permissible pesticides limit. So many things are there. No doubt there is a great market ahead. Then there is also an issue of next generation requirement, that is the generation Z. They have different type of requirement for foods. Are we prepared to meet the requirement of next generation, that is the generation Z? I think we are at a very beginning and we have not started doing in that area. There is a great issue of saturated fat and of course excessive calories in India. It is always, now it has started earlier, it was mentioned in the developed nations. Then high sodium and artificial additives, everybody want to have the green type of preservative, no synthetic preservatives. The people are asking for that. And we have, in the past, you have seen that we have continuously used potassium bromate, even when it was banned in many countries, and it was of no use. It was not fit for our wheat varieties, but still we were continue to use the potassium bromate, which was long ago was banned in England. So we have to find the additives which are good and safe for human consumption. The biggest issue in front of us is everybody is talking about the climate change. Everybody is saying greenhouse gases, they create problem. Then deficit of water is everywhere. 52% of the land in India is water deficit. And of course, the animal-based food, they require more land, water, and they produce more greenhouse gases. And if we see roughly 90,000 to 1.2 lakh liter of water is required to produce 1 kg of protein from beef. In comparison to peas and pulses, we require only 5,000 to 8,000 liter of water per kg of protein. There is a great advantage of pulses in comparison to the animal proteins. If we see in the past, we consume less protein. Almost half of those, the protein which is consumed by Americans. And in India, 9 gram of the protein comes from animal protein of the total 56, and 47 gram of the protein become plant proteins. But in North America, 69 gram from animal protein and plant only 40 gram. So 109 gram of the protein is consumed by per person per day. But we are consuming lot. Of course, the amount of protein required to be consumed is 1 gram per kg body weight, which varies from the age and the physiological condition of a person. But still, we have 62 to 69 gram per day consumption of the protein, and that is majorly from plant proteins. If we see dominant sources in USA, it of course meat, dairy, and they have rarely vegetarian people. Trend is little shift to plant proteins, but there is no shift from animal to plant protein in America. China slightly increasing towards the animal or animal protein sources, but India, it's a slow increase in animal. Almost the population is again concentrating on the plant proteins. But if you see that India, about 16% of the animal protein and 84% of the plant proteins are consumed. The issue is that we will not be able to provide the complete protein by using, the plant protein. There are so many issues like digestibility is less, they are not complete, there are anti-nutrition factors, phytate reduces the viability of the minerals, and of course the animal protein has more of vitamin B12, right? or iron, whereas which is not, true for the animal, these plant proteins. So there are many issues. That's why the plant proteins are not becoming popular, right? USA, I have already mentioned, almost double of the protein is consumed per person as compared to India. China is slowly changing, or there is a transition from plant to animal. But we have to bring, or bridge a gap between the quality and the quantity of the gap. I already mentioned the quality is not good, and people have started talking about millets. They have very poor protein quality, right? So we are not going to provide good quality protein to the people if we are not overcome the gap, if we are not able to eliminate the anti-nutrition factor, fight it, which bite the minerals, reduces the availability of other minerals, right? So we have to find the ways in order to improve the quality of the plant protein if really we want to give the complete protein to our population. So there are many health concerns about animal. Of course, I agree that red and processed meat is linked to the chronic diseases like cancer, right? But of course, they provide the good quality protein. There is always ethical consideration, particularly in our country. About 30-35% of the people are vegetarian, right? So we are very much concerned about the animal welfare and industrial farming practices. There is also growing public awareness and demand for human treatment to the animals. This is also an issue we have to be taken, it has to be taken care of. Another issue with the animal protein is that lot of overuse of antibiotics are being used for the animal treatments, right? Which is also creating a problem for the population, right? So if really we want to control the temperature, the earth is becoming warming, and because of heat stress, the quality of our wheat, rice has changed. Processing quality has become poor because at the time of the grain synthesis, when the temperature is more, the productivity is reduced. The processing quality, the proportion of starch protein also changes, and that lead to, like in case of rice, there is more breakage. In case of the wheat, there is change in the viscoelastic properties and suitability for different products. It is happening. How to restore our land, this is also a problem. How to reduce the greenhouse gases and how to reduce the emission of the gases, right? So these are different sources like wheat, corn, oat, rice, and the barley. 60% of the plant protein is contributing to the worldwide. The protein, only 40% of the animal proteins are there. There are some emerging issues like we can use these soya, pea, the beans, and chickpea, lentils. The pulses are produced in India, but we have not been properly utilized all these pulses. So need to develop the technologies for that. Soya protein has another issue. They have a lot of allergens like the PR10 protein as well as the beta conglycine, that is 7S, the globulins, wheat. Gluten is good. Again, in India, we have a lot of diversity in the quality of gluten. Always, you will not find that all wheats, they are good for making the meat analogs because the ratio of the gliadin glutenin vary from one area to another, one variety to another variety, right? Lentils and chickpea, they are non-allergenic, but the issue is they don't form the stretch and fibrous structure because of most of the proteins are soluble, that is the globulins. This is another issue. That is, earthy flavor is there in most of the pulses. Like we have the problem of lipoxygenase enzyme. When the fat is converted, that is linoleic and linolenic acid, they are converted into aldehyde, ketones. They impart earthy flavor. This is a big issue in case of lentil, chickpea, or pulses. Rice protein, we produce a lot of glucose. Starch is converted, the broken rice is used to produce glucose. Glucose is, then the protein produced is insoluble and does not form a very good, the structure. Then, high pressure technology is being used, right? The high moisture extrusion cooking is used. In this extrusion cooking technology, we have to optimize the ratio, the parameters like moisture. You have to process, you have to control the shear rate, and you have to use the appropriate combination of the proteins in order to have meat analogs that has the fibrous. And during this, the proteins, when we do pass it through the extrusion cooking, they get unfolded. Then, the alpha helix structure is converted to the beta sheets or to beta sheets, and then the hydrophobic interactions as well as hydrogen bonding, and the disulfide linkages are formed. And if they are formed in the appropriate portion only, then you get the fibrous structure. So this is all what happens during the processing, how this secondary structure change from alpha helix to random coils to beta sheets in order to have the disulfide linkages. So there are so many issues, like we have to use, if you have the low shear, low moisture structure, that is spongy type, which is not liked in case of meat products, but you have to have high shear, high moisture, cooling dye, then you get an isotropic structure, that is the fibrous structure. I will directly come to the last slide, these are different, the proteins, how they changed. Alpha helix goes to beta sheets. Wheat gluten has a very good amount of beta sheets, and pea and rice has more beta sheets, but the structure is compact. It's very difficult to form the meat analogs or the fibrous structure. So because of shortage of time, I would like to show you directly what type of structure you get. And isotropic, I just want to explain, like when we cut, the fibrous structure, right? And I just want to see. So this is this type of, the images you get from the meat analogs, like in first case, you can see this one is the good structure, that when you add wheat gluten and, the soya protein, you get the threads just like the chicken threads, right? But again, we can do the texturization of the proteins, but the issue of beanie flavor, the issue of the flavor, the juiciness, these issues are still there, and we have to find the technology in order to overcome all these issues. And another issue with the pulses is that when we do the extraction of protein, you also get extracted the phenolic compounds as well as the flavonoids. They get oxidized. They change the color of the meat analogs, beside imparting undesirable astringent taste and flavor to the product. So we have to see that how we can, because when we do the extraction of protein, the polyphenolic compounds, they get also extracted at that pH, and they get oxidized later on and impart undesirable the flavor and as well as the color to the products. These are some of the publications from where I have taken the slides. This is one of my students has done this work. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. I request ma'am to kindly give the concluding remarks.
So thank you very much, Dr. Shakuntala and Professor Singh. The deliberations this morning, which we heard, highlight that advancing food systems requires not only technological innovations, but also strong regulatory frameworks, skilled human resources, and global cooperation. Both the plenary lectures have reinforced the importance of integrating scientific depth with societal relevance, from nutrition-sensitive aquatic systems to innovations and plant-based protein systems. We heard about aquatic foods as superfoods, and fast food industries concerns animal welfare, considerable impact. And thus, as we move forward with Anvesh 2026, let us focus on actionable pathways that bridge science policies and practice, ensuring that sustainability, health remain central to our shared agenda. Over to sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So thanks to both the presenters, Dr. Shakuntala and Dr. Nripinder Singh, for their comprehensive views. Especially that Dr. Shakuntala has given the overview of the aquatic system, the fisheries sector, how it can be a, just like the madam has informed that it is a superfood, and 30 to 100 grams of fish every day as per the pyramids for the sustainable diet is very good throughout the world. And we can, which is sustainable, which is can be for the all the persons, and especially the fishery sector, the zero wastage technology. They have also talked about that nothing is waste and going to the environment, and plenty of food can be used in the traditional way. The things come that we have the now quantity. Earlier we are working for the quantity. Now the specially focus that we should go for the quality. It should be free from pesticide, antibiotics, and especially in the fishery sector, the microplastic, which is coming an emerging problem. So the main thing is that we should reduce the wastage, just like in a fishery sector, they can reduce to the zero wastage, and the food which is producing can be used to the maximum, and the zero spoilage will be there, and it is safe for the human being. So the second, it's for the aquatic, the Dr. Napinder Singh very nicely presented the substitutes of the animal protein. I just, in the initial remarks, said that in the 2050, we require more than 50 to 70% food. In the 70% is only for the meat. In demand of the meat in 2050, as per as FAO, is the meat. But we will not be able to produce that type of the requirement for the alternative protein sources for the human beings, because there are the many concerns like the greenhouse gases, the residue problems. They have very nicely depicted the alternative sources of the protein, which they have even told what's the concerns about the cooking. And I thank both of the presenters for giving very nicely the overview, from one from the livestock sector, the aquatic sector, and another for the protein sources from the plant sources. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for so beautifully, giving these remarks and concluding such detailed presentations. As we conclude the plenary session, I express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers, our respected co-chairs, for elevating this intellectual discourse. Starting with Shakuntala, ma'am. Dr. Gill. And Dr. Singh. Can we have louder round of applause and show the energy and enthusiasm we hold for Anvesh 2026? Thank you. Can we move forward for a group photo, please, sir? Dr. Asif, I invite you to stage. Dr. Asif.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we conclude our first session, the plenary lecture. Thank you so much for your presence and time. Our Honorable Minister, Union Minister, our Honorable Chief Guest has arrived. Right now, he is visiting the exhibition and very shortly he will be amongst us. In the meantime, let's have a look at a short video about NIFTIM. I'm sure you already know about it, but have a look again. Can we play the movie on NIFTIM, please?
India is a land when it comes to food products. With favorable monsoons, a fascinating biodiversity, and a wide variety of climates and soil conditions, the nation has the potential of leading the world in food production. India is ranked within the world's 5 largest producers of over 80% of agricultural products. But high produce doesn't always translate to high growth. Agriculture is the primary vocation of about 70% of Indians. They understand all too well the factors that limit their growth: poor technology inputs, lack of awareness, and too little post-harvest management. Modern food technology management can be a master key in doubling the farmer's income, besides ensuring optimum use of harvests. Bringing farmers and processors closer, it opens up multiple job prospects and creates new entrepreneurship opportunities. And that's the primary agenda of the National Institute of Food Technology Entrepreneurship and Management, or NIFTIM.
The National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management was established by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, with the approval of the Cabinet Committee in the year 2006. Later, in the year 2012, this institute was upgraded to as a deemed to be university by the University Grants Commission, and the entire infrastructure was created by the former Vice Chancellor Dr. Ajit Kumar, who has spent a lot of his time and energy on establishing this beautiful campus.
The institute was inaugurated to help India develop professional expertise and be at par with global quality food processing and management technology. Spread over a sprawling 100-acre campus at Kundali near Sonipat in Haryana, and built at the cost of over $125 million. NIFTIM is an autonomous institution, a brainchild of the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. It aims to be a one-stop solution provider to address multiple problems of the sector. Learning at NIFTIM is aided by modern and cutting-edge infrastructure. The classrooms here are fully loaded with multi-purpose podium, projection system, lecture recording and high-fidelity audio systems. The technology is focused towards helping students understand complicated subjects with multimedia aid. The students also have access to video conferencing for interaction with teachers based abroad. Students here are encouraged to learn how to think out of the box. Each program in NIFTIM is designed to be a distinctive blend of technology and management. The curriculum has been validated and benchmarked by globally acclaimed specialists. New age teaching through e-contents, regular interactive sessions with top professionals and managers of food industry, experiential learning both within the institute and through real-time industry internship, provision of innovation fund to develop offbeat thinking in students. NIFTIM
Ladies
offers
and
a
gentlemen,
wide
the moment
variety
we
of
all
technology-related programs. B.Tech program in Food Technology and Management. 5
Ladies and
M.Tech
gentlemen, our chief guest
programs.
will be with us any moment. I request all of you to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode and please do not use any flash during the inaugural session. Once again, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode and do not during the camera flash during the inaugural session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also request everyone who are still walking around, please take your seats. And I request the students of NIFTIM to kindly take seats on the deck, the second floor. So I request all the students to kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, also we request all of you to do visit our exhibition hall during the lunch hour. So do have a look. We have exhibitors and participants from across 25 countries. So do have a look. It's a very there's a lot of thought which has been given into the whole arrangement of the exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we all have been waiting for, please rise and welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Chirag Paswan. Our guest of honor, Shri Avinash Joshi, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted. Our guest of honor, Dr. Sithar Ram TG, and Director NIFTIM, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi. A very warm welcome to all our dignitaries. Please be seated. Thank you. Punha, Namaskar, Shuprabhat, and a very good morning, our honorable chief guest, our guests of honor, distinguished dignitaries, international and national delegates, eminent scientists, respected members from academia, industry leaders, startups, students, and young innovators and professionals, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. आप सभी की उपस्थिति इस मंच को विचार से प्रभाव की ओर ले जाती है. My name is Saroj Kumari, and it is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the inaugural session of Anvesh 2026, the International Conference on Advanced Next Generation Vision and Sustainable Healthy Foods. आज का यह आयोजन केवल एक सम्मेलन नहीं है, यह भारत के खाद्य भविष्य की दिशा तय करने वाला मंच है. Anvesh 2026 is being organized by the National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, an institute of national importance under the aegis of Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Over the next 3 days, this global platform will bring together policymakers, scientists, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, exhibitors, and innovators from across 25 countries across the globe. We are deeply honored once again by the presence of our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Chief guest, Shri Chirag Paswan, Honorable Union Minister, Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Avinash Joshi, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Dr. Sithar Ram TG, former Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted, World Food Prize Laureate 2021 and former Director CGIAR, and Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director NIFTIM Kundali. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said when a nation feeds itself wisely, it leads the world responsibly. From food security to food leadership, India is moving decisively. And today, from NIFTIM Kundali, we share this journey and we see how this journey is being strengthened through science, innovation, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. Well, the National Institute of Food and Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management Kundli, which is NIFTIM, is an institute of national importance under the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. And it stands today as a knowledge backbone of India's food processing ecosystem. It has emerged as a center of excellence in food technology and supply chain innovation, a bridge between policy, academia, and industry, and a launch pad for future-ready food entrepreneurs. यह संस्थान केवल शिक्षा का केंद्र नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर और इकोसिस्टम का थिंक टैंक बन चुका है. Anvesh 2026, this 3-day international conference is focused on next generation vision for healthy, sustainable and smart foods, digital technologies in food processing and supply chain, alternative proteins, chain-labeled foods and nutraceuticals, circular economy, waste and food safety, food entrepreneurship, analytics, and policy frameworks. This conference aligns directly with Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, and India's ambition to become a global food processing leader. आज भारत केवल उत्पाद नहीं कर रहा है, बल्कि वैश्विक मानक तय कर रहा है. दीप प्रज्वलन अज्ञान से ज्ञान की बात करता है. And we would also have the beautiful rendition of Saraswati Vandana by the talented students of NIFTIM. Thank you, students. माँ सरस्वती को वंदन करते हुए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. And now I invite Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director NIFTIM. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a visionary academic leader whose stewardship has strengthened NIFTIM's role as a global knowledge partner in food processing. I request him to deliver his welcome address and to set the context for the conference.
Very good morning to all who've gathered here, and welcome to Anvesh 2026. It's an honor and privilege for me to welcome the chief guest for the day, Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, a very young and dynamic leader that we have in the country, who is steering the ministry to a different level. He is so much engaged in every aspect of food processing. You know, he discusses a lot of science with me, he discusses a lot of regulations with all of us here, he convenes a lot of stakeholder consultations, and he has a serious desire to take this sector to a different level. And I'm pretty a privilege to have such people in the ministry who are harbingers, who are always looking forward the food processing sector per se to a different level. It's an honor and a privilege for me to welcome Dr. Shakuntala Tilsted, the World Food Prize winner 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shakuntala, if you look at the World Food Prize, it's almost equivalent to the Nobel Prize in Food and Agriculture. So it's a proud moment for all the NIFTIMites here, for all who are seated here, to have such a visionary leader with us who has worked very hard in Bangladesh, in Cambodia, many other regions to find a way to ameliorate nutrition among the lactating mothers. Welcome all the guests from industry. I also welcome all our colleagues from the media and press who have joined us to cover this particular event. And I also would like to welcome all the other guests who have come from Rai industrial areas to search for that family, and create an ecosystem which develops a food for us which is healthy, nutritious, as well as sustainable. So let's join hands and work towards that. If you look at the technical sessions that we have 8 technical sessions which all hinge around these 3 paradigms. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and pleasure for me to welcome all the guests who are present here. And all I can say is where we have invited 10 chefs who will start serving you some very healthy and delicious dishes from tomorrow using the Indian traditional ingredients. So my request to all of you is to please go out and enjoy yourself during the next 3 days. And I'm sure that you will find this particular conference not only as a conference, it's basically the confluence of so many things, of technical lectures, technical discussions, backed up by visits to exhibition, and then the cookery show. So I again welcome you all to Anvesh 2026, and I hope you'll all have a wonderful time ahead. So learn with fun, and I hope that we'll all go back with a smile on our face. So thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Oberoi, for such a warm welcome and also setting the context for the conference. May I again request you to kindly felicitate our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present them with a personal token of gratitude. And all these tokens are very well thought after. They are not only an expression of our welcome, but we are presenting them with a planter, with shawl, a golden temple miniature, a decorated shank, and a painting expressing and being symbols of sustainability, honor, warmth, of course, India's spiritual heritage and auspicious beginning. Very thought after tokens. The decorated shank symbolizes auspicious beginnings, as we all know. This is a very customized painting, specially curated for Anvesh 2026. I'm sure you'll all will appreciate these tokens. A warm welcome once again, our honorable chief guest. Like to felicitate our guest of honor, our honorable secretary. A very warm welcome to you. Showcasing not only India's rich spiritual heritage, but also its art and culture. Through every token, we express our warm welcome. a planter as a symbol of sustainability. A very warm welcome to you, our guest of honor, Dr. Sithar Ram TG. We also extend a very warm welcome to Ma'am Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted. The Golden Temple, representing India's rich spiritual heritage. Thank you, Dr. Oberoi. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would have the release of the conference souvenir. I request all our distinguished dignitaries This is the souvenir for Anvesh 2026, and I request all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais, starting with our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Union Minister Shri Chirag Paswanji, to kindly release the conference souvenir. Thank you, dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite our guest of honor, Dr. Sithar Ram TG, former chairman, All India Council of Technical Education, to deliver his address. Legend, he's a respected educationist and reformer whose leadership has shaped India's technical education ecosystem. Dr. Sithar Ram TG.
Very good morning to all of you. सभी को नमस्कार. Honorable Chief Guest Sri Chirag Paswan ji, Honorable Minister, Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Sri Avinash Joshi ji, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director, NIFTIM. And Madam, the award-winning scientist, and all the distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, respected faculty members, vice chancellors of different universities, researchers, scientists, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and students, ladies and gentlemen, and also the media persons. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to be present in this inaugural function of this prestigious international conference, Anvesh 2026. Friends, all of you will agree with me, healthy food is not a luxury. It is the foundation of human survival, resilience, and prosperity. And also, our food choices today shape our health, our environment, and also the future generation which is yet to come. And it is no more now we are looking for some food. We are looking for sustainable and healthy food. So why I am here? Because technology is playing a transformative role in creating sustainable and healthy foods, ensuring nutrition, reducing environmental impact, and strengthening food security. Friends, this is becoming critical for global human survival and for India's vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. So I congratulate NIFTIM for organizing this important conference with participation from more than 25 countries. And they're going to deliberate on the future of emerging and sustainable healthy food systems. It's a very, very important topic for all of us, actually, whether you are in technology or in food science areas. Today, food nutrition, sustainability, and technology are not just academic topics, friends. They are central to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. India's journey in this is actually very notable. India today is moving in confidence and determination towards becoming a developed nation under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. We just finished a very important, well-attended international conference on AI Impact Summit, which was the fourth in the series, which just happened between 16th and 20th of February 2026 in Bharatmandapam. So the journey of India is powered by science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So if you look at in all these areas, India has done very well in the last 10-15 years. Our demographic dividend, digital revolution, and vibrant startup ecosystem are creating unprecedented opportunities. So this conference is an example of doing the right things today to build a sustainable tomorrow. Because at this moment we can remember what our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji said. He said, quote, "The future depends on what we do in the present," quote closed. That's very, very clear today. What we are going to do today in food, technology, and sustainable foods is going to define our new generation, which is going to come. India's leadership in science and technology, just to mention, in the last decade, India has emerged as a global leader in many frontier areas, particularly in the space technology. And I will also bring the relevance to the food science and technology into this. India's space program has transformed from being a follower to a global leader. From Chandrayaan to Mangalayaan to affordable satellite launches, our scientists have demonstrated that innovation and frugal engineering can change the world. Today, space technologies are helping agriculture through weather forecasting, crop monitoring, and disaster management. And also, one more thing we are achieving through that. You see, a lot of our scientists in the space technology are women. The women scientists, we are bringing equity among the women equally participating. I think a big applause to the women scientists and engineers of our nation. Friends, India's role in digital public infrastructure creation, it's very big feat. Whether it is Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, ONDC is becoming a global benchmark. These platforms are transforming governance, agriculture, logistics, and food supply chains. They are ensuring transparency, traceability, and efficiency in food systems, which aligns perfectly with the themes of this conference as digital technologies and supply chain management, as mentioned in the conference agenda. Friends, I also had recently a visit to BARC, that is Baba Atomic Research Center in Mumbai, where I found where India's atomic energy is not only about power generation or testing a bomb once in a while, nuclear bomb. It has wide applications in agriculture, food preservation, and healthcare. I was really impressed how the radiation technology is used to increase the shelf life of grains, fruits, and vegetables, prevent pest infestations, and reduce post-harvest losses. So this is where I think our nuclear energy technologies have made a difference. And we have to see that how that has also changed the healthcare also, particularly the medical isotopes through our reactors. What we generate is today is treating millions of cancer patients across India in every hospital. This is not a small feat of achievement by our scientists in atomic energy. Innovation and startups, I don't need to mention much because we are the third largest startup capital of the world with 200,000 startups. And what we need to do is, we need to now not just create unicorns or sunicorns. We need to create nanocorns, that every student, with the use of technology, AI, and also particularly the food is today is a revolution. What we have seen, how do you, even starting from the resources to supply to preparation to technology to even delivery, things are changing. So much innovation is happening in our cities like Bengaluru, Pune, and many tier 2 cities, Nagpur, and many cities. So innovation, India is now, many startups are working in agri-tech, food processing, nutraceuticals, plant-based proteins, and sustainable packaging. So this is where the multidisciplinary education is playing a major role in our higher education systems. AI is enabling entrepreneurs to design next generation products through predictive nutrition, molecular food design, precision fermentation, and data-driven crop and ingredient discovery. It supports rapid prototyping of plant-based proteins, nutraceuticals, biofortified foods, and personalized nutrition solutions while optimizing supply chains. Friends, we are, by integrating AI with nanotechnology, biotechnology, and digital platforms, several unicorns are accelerating innovation, reducing costs, minimizing food waste, and enhancing shelf life through advanced preservation and packaging. This ecosystem is creating scalable, inclusive, and climate-resilient food solutions, positioning India as a global leader in sustainable, healthy foods and contributing strongly to the vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. The themes of the Anvesh 2026, which I went through, such as the alternative proteins, circular economy, traceability, and sustainable processing, are exactly where startups can play a transformative role. We must build strong linkages among academia, industry, startup, farmers, and policymakers, and that is where this Anvesh 2026 has attracted all of them on single platform, and wherein this translating research into scalable solution. So research and innovations are going to be part of higher education systems, and thanks to National Education Policy 2020, we are now putting that research and innovation into all our campuses. What AICTE has done in the space of innovation is mind-boggling. Every institution, almost 14,000 institutions, has institute innovation councils, and our Smart India Hackathon is one of the largest hackathon of solving real-world problems in a very pressured environment by the students. Last year, 500,000 students participated, directly solving the problems of the nation. And these are all problem statements given by all ministries. So this is where we are bringing a change in perception by our students in critical thinking, problem solving, and those are the skills we are inculcating in our young generation, who are actually part of the whole world today. Because particularly in the engineering and management science, we are the largest producers of engineering graduates today in the world. We produce almost 1.5 million engineers every year. So we can clearly see our engineers are in every company and every country of the world. And we are able to democratize the engineering education, technology education to the whole world. That's where these are the people who are changing our hospitals, how we do operate, because robotics and all these newer technologies are coming in every sector, including the food technology. So the National Education Policy, friends, provides a strong roadmap of multidisciplinary education, research and innovation, industry collaboration, skill development, and also global engagement. Today, our institutions have gone abroad, particularly our IIT Madras is in Zanzibar. IIT Delhi has started a campus in Abu Dhabi, and IIM is also, Ahmedabad is already gone. Similarly, we have also getting 14 plus institutions of top-ranked institutions in the world coming to India to set up the campuses. So we do have a lot of changes in the higher education system. In this, we must encourage our youth to dream about sustainable food systems, climate-resilient agriculture, and healthier societies. Friends, the future of food lies in climate-smart agriculture, nutritional security, circular economy, waste valorization, digital traceability, and sustainable processing. India has a very rich advantage because of rich biodiversity, traditional food knowledge, strong scientific ecosystem, and entrepreneurial spirit. In conclusion, As we move towards Vikasit Bharat, we must remember that science must serve society, technology must empower farmers and citizens, innovation must be sustainable, growth must be inclusive. I wish Anvesh 2026 become a catalyst for transforming India's food ecosystem and strengthening global partnership. I once again congratulate NIFTIM, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and all partners for this important initiative. Again, I thank the organizers for inviting me to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you for your wishes, Dr. Sithar Ram, and thank you for enriching us with a very invigorating, very depth knowledge and your invaluable experience with us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, next I invite our global voice, the World Food Prize Laureate 2021 and former Director for Nutrition, Health and Food Security Impact Area Platform, CGIAR, and I would request Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted for her address, please.
Thank you so much. Greetings to all, and it is a pleasure for me to be here together with all of you. I look forward to the next 3 days we'll be spending together. I thank the National Institute in Management, NIFTIM, and the organizers of ANVESH 2026 for inviting me to participate in this important and very timely event. Sustainable and healthy foods for all, leaving no one behind, is critical for us to meet the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and especially goal number 2, zero hunger and malnutrition. It is also important that we ensure that food and nutrition security for all people are met, because without meeting this goal for all, we will not be able to take care of a planet. It is first important to take care of the people in order that they will consider and take the measures for the sustainability of the planet, now and for future generations. Gathering so many researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and students together today and in the next days gave us the opportunity to discuss and develop actions and solutions and secure the investments that are needed to ensure that we can transform our food systems to meet the needs of all, leaving no one behind, and at the same time secure the sustainability of our planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insight and also your enriching us with your thinking on nutrition, food security, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Shri Avinash Joshi, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, an eminent policy maker who's steering India's food processing vision with precision and purpose. And I request him to address this august gathering.
Good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Minister Food Processing Industries Sri Chirag Paswanji, dignitaries on dais including Dr. Oberoi, Dr. Sithar Ram, Dr. Shakuntala, dignitaries of the dais, distinguished delegates, researchers, scientists, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, ladies, gentlemen, and dear friends. Warm greetings to all of you. And let me start with congratulating Dr. Oberoi for putting in such a brilliant and comprehensive international conference. Anvesh 2026. Anvesh means exploration and inquiry. This is exactly what is the spirit that India's food processing sector requires. And there is no better place to begin that exploration than here in the NIFTIM Kundali. The theme of this international conference is emerging and sustainable healthy foods. So I'll not go into the details. We have already heard eminent speakers and we all are keen to listen to our Honorable Minister. But let me give you a very small example of emerging sustainable and healthy foods. We declared, like, we had this International Year of Millet in 2023. With the same, we introduced a very small intervention in food processing sector for encouraging millet-based products. So that is emerging, that is sustainable, that is healthy. Somebody was asking what is healthy. So I can give one small example. What is sustainable? The water requirement for millet is, I think, I am not sure, but must be 1/10 of what paddy requires. And that is emerging. And let me give you just one number. In last 4 years or so, the millet-based food or processed food, the volume has gone up by 20 times. And the procurement of millet from all these small arid zone farmers has gone up by 23 times. So this is one very small example. And I must thank our Honorable Prime Minister also, who has taken millet or Sridhan to the next level. The world today does not need food from India. It wants safe, nutritious, traceable, and sustainably produced foods. Meeting that expectation is where NIFTIM, Kundali, and Anvesh play a defining role. We have a number of schemes in food processing ministry which supports lot of players across the value chain, whether it is big corporates for PLI scheme, whether it is MSME in the umbrella scheme of PMKSY, or whether it is micro enterprises under the PMFME scheme. In fact, just few minutes before I was sharing with the Honorable Minister that PLI in food processing is one of the shining star in all this 14 PLI which we have. And yesterday there was a review at the highest level with the Cabinet Secretary. So just I put one figure across that with the 7% of total subsidy dispersal from the food processing, we created 42% of direct employment. So this is a very inclusive sector. It covers all the sectors, starting from agriculture, from primary to the industry in secondary, and the distribution network or other services in the service sector. So, and let me tell you one more thing. This is just the beginning. Today we process roughly 12% of our food, and we have the targets that in the next 5 to 6 years we'll double that capacity. For that, we will need lot of processing and preservation infrastructure. In this endeavor, ministry is playing its role, and we look forward to all the industries and particularly to both the NIFTIMs to provide research, innovation, incubation, startup support, and whatever way they can bring this informal sector in the formalized channel. I am confident that Anvesh 2026 will produce not just academic papers, but actionable insights with a clear-cut timelines for the road ahead. And insights that find their way into policy briefs, industry practice, and curriculum reforms. I encourage every participant, students, researchers, industry delegates, and international guests to engage fully, ask the hard questions, challenge assumptions, and build connections that outlast this conference. Ministry of Food Processing Industries looks forward to review recommendations emerging from Anvesh 2026 and engage with its outcomes through the ministry's existing schemes and forthcoming policy framework. It is an honor to be part of this beginning. Anvesh 2026, as I told, is not just a conference. It is India's food processing sector, what we think of ourselves for the years ahead. we think it loud, and the world is watching. I am confident that the outcomes will make us proud and more efficient. I wish all the delegates here to have 3 days of rich dialogue, bold ideas, and meaningful connections. Let the exploration begin. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for sharing your insight and also sharing the vision of the ministry and its achievement with us. Ladies and gentlemen, देवियों और सज्जनों, कुछ आयोजन समाचार बनते हैं और कुछ आयोजन दिशा तय करते हैं. इसी तर्क से अन्वेष 2026 भारत की फूड प्रोसेसिंग यात्रा का अगला अध्याय है और यह सब संभव हुआ है सिर्फ हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में. Ladies and gentlemen, and now the moment this inaugural ceremony has been leading up to. Now I invite the young, dynamic national leader who represents the aspirations of young India, the new India, thus from the strength of grassroots understanding to shaping the national policy and whose leadership is driving India from food security to food leadership, the Honorable Union Minister for Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan. I request you to address us, please.
Thank you for the kind words. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, when we come together, I think this is something extremely important. Not only the concept of Avnish, but the complete thought behind this concept. And until unless we'll not understand, we'll not realize that why Avnish is being conceptualized, we'll not be able to reach to the destination or the outcome which we expect. So it's important because in coming 3 days, in various panel discussions, there are a lot of things that you all will be sitting together, discussing, taking it forward. पर ये सारी चीजें सिर्फ बातें बन के ना रह जाएं, that is also something that we have to take care of. बंद कमरे के panel discussions, until unless they don't get implemented, जब तक वो धरातल पर नहीं उतरेंगे, जब तक हम उनको implement नहीं करेंगे, वो सिर्फ बातें echo होती रहेंगी. So it is important for us that after these panel discussions, we must come out with action taken points that, okay, in another 1 year, this is what we need to do. In another 5 years, this is where we need to reach. In another 10 years, this is where we should be. And of course, we have a larger goal in our mind. मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरीके से विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य हम सबके सामने रखा है, एंड आई डू जेन्युइनली बिलीव कि विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को पूरा करने के लिए वन सेक्टर विच गोनो लार्जली कंट्रीब्यूट विल बी द प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर. आज की तारीख में हमारे इस सेक्टर में, फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज में इतनी क्षमता है जिसको अभी तक हम लोग टैप ही नहीं कर पाए हैं. और इस बात को, बीइंग द मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिस प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री, इस बात को मैंने जितना अध्ययन किया है ओवर द इयर्स, जब से मुझे ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मिली है, तब से लेके अभी तक मैं इतना स्पष्ट तरीके से कह सकता हूं कि जितनी ग्रोथ की संभावनाएं हमारे प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर में है, नॉट ओनली बिकॉज कि हमारा कृषि प्रधान देश है, भारत के कई राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां पे किसानी के ऊपर हम लोग निर्भर रहते हैं. उस राज्य का राजस्व, द रेवेन्यू ऑफ दैट स्टेट डिपेंड्स फ्रॉम द एग्रीकल्चर ऑफ दैट स्टेट. एंड एक देश की बड़ी आबादी किसानों के साथ जुड़ी हुई है. ना सिर्फ इस वजह से, बल्कि इस वजह से भी कि हम लोग 1.4 बिलियन की आबादी हैं, एक बड़ी आबादी जो इस क्षेत्र को आगे लेकर जाने की क्षमता रखती है. एंड ऑल्सो लुक एट द लेंथ एंड द ब्रेथ ऑफ अ कंट्री, जो कंट्रीब्यूट करती है, डाइवर्सिटी प्रोवाइड करती है इस क्षेत्र को आगे लेकर जाने के लिए. ऐसे में मैं आप सब से आग्रह करूंगा और मैं चाहूंगा कि जब हम लोग आने वाले 3 दिनों तक इस पर मंथन करें, when we said discuss, and I can't thank NIFTIM enough, ओबराय साहब को कि इन्होंने जितने भी थीम्स रखे हैं, आई थिंक सारे बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स हैं। जब हम लोग सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, जब हम लोग ट्रेसेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, जब हम लोग हेल्दी फूड की बात करते हैं, राइटली सेड बाय सेक्रेटरी साहब कि हेल्दी को लेकर भी एक चर्चा होती है। क्या है हेल्दी? जो मेरे लिए हेल्दी है क्या वो आपके लिए हेल्दी है? या जो आपके लिए हेल्दी है क्या वो मेरे लिए हेल्दी है? संभवतः somebody might be having some kind of physical illness or some disease. So उसमें जो चीज़ हेल्दी अदरवाइज है, शायद वो उस व्यक्ति विशेष की परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से might not be healthy for that person because of the problems physically or physically that he's facing. So ऐसे में ये सारी चीज़ों पर क्लैरिटी हम लोग कैसे लेकर आए, उसके लिए ये सारे मंथन ज़रूरी हैं। और आज की तारीख में हम लोग समय के एक ऐसे कालखंड पर हैं, and we must feel so blessed that we have technology around to take it forward. And until unless we'll not use this technology in various sectors, and even within the sectors, sub-sectors जितने हैं, जितने verticals हैं, जब तक हम लोग इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे, हम लोग शायद उस गोल को नहीं अचीव कर पाएंगे या वहां तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे जो हम लोग का लक्ष्य है। भारत जैसा देश जो एक जहां पे अबंडेंस है, हमारे पास वॉल्यूम की कमी नहीं है। ऑफ कोर्स देयर वाज अ पॉइंट इन टाइम व्हेन देयर वाज फूड डेफिसिट, एंड थ्रू ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन, हरित क्रांति के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने उसको सिक्योर करने का काम किया। बट हम लोगों ने उस पर इतना ज्यादा ध्यान केंद्रित कर दिया कि हमने वॉल्यूम तो ले आए, पर जब वैल्यू की बात हुई, एडिंग वैल्यू टू योर प्रोड्यूस, उस पर अभी भी हम लोग पीछे रहे। आई थैंक माई प्राइम मिनिस्टर कि पिछले 11 सालों में उन्होंने जिस तरीके से प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर को बल देने का काम किया। कई हम लोगों ने नीतिगत फैसले लिए, इसमें एफडीआई को खोलने का एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला था, 100% एफडीआई, which brings in an investment of around 7.33 billion USD। ये तमाम फैसले इस सोच के साथ लिए गए ताकि इस सेक्टर को हम लोग वो मजबूती दें, ताकि जो सपना मेरे प्रधानमंत्री का है और ये क्षमता हम लोगों में है कि इवेंचुअली इंडिया शुड बी द ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट। दुनिया के लिए हम लोग अपने आप को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पर हम लोग विकसित करें, ये क्षमता हम में है, क्योंकि हमारे पास वो वॉल्यूम है, वो उत्पादन है। अब जरूरी है इसको चैनलाइज करने की, बल्कि मैं तो ये भी चाहता हूं कि सिर्फ ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के ही तौर पर नहीं, दुनिया का कोई ऐसा डाइनिंग टेबल नहीं होना चाहिए जहां पे कम से कम एक खाद्य पदार्थ, भारतीय खाद्य पदार्थ हो। ये हम लोगों को सुनिश्चित करने की जरूरत है। एटलीस्ट वन इंडियन आइटम ऑन एवरी डाइनिंग टेबल अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, एंड वी हैव दैट पोटेंशियल, वी हैव दैट कैपेसिटी। इट्स जस्ट हाउ वी चैनलाइज दिस थिंग is what we need to sit and discuss. And this cannot be done without processing. So to reach this target, to achieve this goal, what are the challenges that we are facing? We need to discuss that. We need to clear out all the bottlenecks. कहाँ पे क्या समस्याएं आ रही हैं, किस तरीके की दिक्कतें आ रही हैं, हमारे रेगुलेशंस में आ रही हैं, रेगुलेशंस को हम कैसे बेहतर करें, हमारे रेगुलेशंस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मापदंडों को कैसे, उस पर कैसे खरा उतरे। इवेंचुअली आई थिंक हमें अपनी गुणवत्ता पे इतना ज़्यादा ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है कि वो दिन हो जहाँ पे इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स के तौर पे रिकॉग्नाइज किए जाएं। उस दिशा में हम लोग को आगे बढ़ने की ज़रूरत है। और इसके लिए आज यहाँ पे जितने साथी मौजूद हैं, आप सबसे भी मैं आग्रह करूँगा, एंड स्पेशली आई एम टॉकिंग टू द इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, दैट मेक श्योर हम क्वालिटी के साथ कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ ना करें। गुणवत्ता के साथ किया गया हमारा छोटा सा कॉम्प्रोमाइज हमारे देश को एक एम्बैरेसिंग सिचुएशन में लेके जाता है, आपके ब्रांड का नाम खराब करता है। लोगों का विश्वास इतने लंबे समय से जो कंज्यूमर बेस हम लोगों ने तैयार किया है, वो विश्वास हम लोगों के ऊपर से उठता है। और किसके लिए? महज 2 रुपए के मुनाफे के लिए? एक बार के लिए सुनिश्चित कीजिए कि हम मुनाफा कम लेंगे, बट क्वालिटी से कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे। Everything that we provide to the consumer in terms of quality without any compromise, so that ना सिर्फ राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर बल्कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी जब भारतीय खाद्य पदार्थों का जिक्र हो तो बिना किसी कंफ्यूजन के लोगों के दिमाग में हो कि भैया इंडियन है तो अच्छा होगा। इंडियन है तो पूरी वैल्यू वाला होगा, गुणवत्ता से होगा, जो लिखा है वैसा ही होगा। इस दिशा में हम लोग जब तक काम नहीं करेंगे, हम लोग ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी वो पहचान नहीं बना पाएंगे जिस लक्ष्य के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। And the markets are opening up for us now. The kind of trade agreements that we are having, and one of the trade deals जिसके बारे में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री वो जब अपने शब्दों में कहते हैं कि मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, EU के साथ एक साथ 27 देशों के साथ FTA हम लोगों ने साइन किया, अलग अलग देशों के साथ FTA ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, जहां भारत अपनी शर्तों पर, और मैं पुनः इस बात को एम्पलीफाई करना चाहता हूं क्योंकि कई बार इसको लेकर भ्रम फैलाया जाता है कि हम लोग कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर रहे हैं, बिना किसी कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस इंश्योर कि हमारे किसानों का कोई हित उसके साथ किसी तरीके का खिलवाड़ ना हो, डेयरी इंडस्ट्री के साथ किसी तरीके का कोई खिलवाड़ ना हो, अपनी शर्तों पर ये ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स किए जा रहे हैं। बट इन ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स का लाभ हम लोग तब उठा पाएंगे जब हम लोग सही मायनों में उसके आधार पर अपने आप को चैनलाइज कर कर आगे बढ़ेंगे, नहीं तो इन ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स के कोई मायने नहीं होंगे। हम लोग वैश्विक बाजारों में तब तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे जब तक हम लोग गुणवत्ता पे ध्यान नहीं देंगे, जब तक हम लोग रेगुलेशंस पे ध्यान नहीं देंगे। और इन तमाम चीजों पर हम लोग को चर्चा करनी जरूरी है, और इन चर्चाओं को सिर्फ कमरे तक बंद नहीं रखना है, हम लोगों को उसको ग्राउंड तक लेके जाना, उस फार्म तक लेके जाना है जहां पे सही मायनों में इन चर्चाओं के मायने हैं। जब तक ये किसानों के पास ये जानकारी नहीं जाएगी, जब तक उनके साथ हमारे बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस स्ट्रांग नहीं होंगे, जब तक एफपीओज हम लोग स्ट्रांगली चैनलाइज नहीं करेंगे, उनके साथ रेगुलर हमारे इंट्रैक्शंस नहीं होंगे, नहीं तो जिस तरीके के पेस्टिसाइड, जिस तरीके के रेगुलेशंस जो हम लोग को मानकर मानकों को आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, उसमें जब तक संभवतः अलग अलग परिस्थितियों की वजह से, कभी मौसम की वजह से, कभी किसान की कैसे हम लोग अपने उत्पादन को ज़्यादा वो करें, मार्केट कैसे लेके जाएं, उसके लिए जब तक इरेगुलरिटीज आती रहेंगी, हम लोग ये चैलेंजेस फेस करते रहेंगे। एंड इट हैज़ टू बी अ कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। कई बार मैं देखता हूं कि कई चीज़ें सरकारों के ऊपर डालकर हम लोग हाथ पे हाथ धर के बैठ जाते हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि इसमें हर किसी की भूमिका है। एवरी स्टेक होल्डर related to the sector of food processing needs to come together, and collectively we need to drive this, we need to navigate this to reach our roles, to reach our target, to achieve our target. जब तक हम लोग एक साथ मिलकर अगर सारी चीजें सरकार पे छोड़ दी जाएंगी, भैया सरकार ही सब करके देगी, सरकार का काम नीति बनाना है, पॉलिसीज बनाना है, एंड वी आर रेडी टू डू वॉट एवर इट नीड्स टू। और मैंने तो खुद कई बार बार मैंने कहा है कि मैं वो ब्रिज हूं, आप आइए बात कीजिए मुझसे, कहां पे बॉटलनेक्स आ रहे हैं, कहां पे चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, मैं आपको क्लियर आउट करवा के दूंगा। मैं मानता हूं इंडस्ट्री बढ़ेगी तो सरकार बढ़ेगी, इंडस्ट्री बढ़ेगी तो हमारा क्षेत्र बढ़ेगा, आप बढ़ेंगे तब भारत आगे बढ़ेगा, तब हम लोग विकसित भारत की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। बट जब तक इंडस्ट्री नहीं बढ़ेगी तब तक हम लोग को भी उसका लाभ नहीं हो पाएगा, तब तक हम लोग भी सिर्फ चर्चा करते रह जाएंगे कि विकसित भारत बनाना है, ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट बनाना है, हर डाइनिंग टेबल पे भारतीय खाद्य पदार्थों को लेकर जाना है, ये सिर्फ चर्चाएं रह जाएंगी। कहीं पे बॉटलनेक्स लग रहे हैं, चैलेंजेस लग रहे हैं, जैसे ड्यूरिंग जीएसटी आई रिमेंबर मुझे जैसे ही इसकी जिम्मेदारी मिली थी फूड प्रोसेसिंग की, निरंतरता में इससे जुड़े हुए जितने एसोसिएशंस हैं, जितने चैम्बर्स हैं, जितने प्रमोटर्स हैं, हर किसी ने आके मुझसे मुलाकातें की कि भैया जीएसटी में खाद्य पदार्थों को लेकर सबसे ज़्यादा हम लोग सफ़र करते हैं, इसको कम करने की ज़रूरत है। जितने हमारे 12% 18% के ब्रैकेट्स में थे, उन सबको हम लोग 5% या 0% पे हम लोग लेकर आए, इस सोच के साथ लेकर आए ताकि इसका लाभ इंडस्ट्री को हो। जो पैसा आपको बचेगा उसको आप अपने एक्सपेंशन प्लान में आप उसको कैसे इन्वॉल्व करें, कैसे एक्सपेंड करते करते हम लोग रूरल एरियाज को एक्सप्लोर करें। कई बार हम लोग जब एक्सपेंशंस की बात करते हैं, शहरी इलाकों तक हम लोग अपनी सोच को हम लोग सीमित रखते हैं, पर आज की तारीख में जिस तरीके से कनेक्टिविटी पे हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है, जिस तरीके से आपके लॉजिस्टिक्स कैसे बेटर वर्कआउट किए जाएं, इस दिशा में हम लोग सोचने का काम कर रहे हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रूरल एरियाज में हम लोग जाएं, किसानों के जितने करीब हम अपनी सोच, अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी, अपने इनोवेशंस को लेकर जाएंगे, सही मायनों में वहां से हम लोग भारत की ग्रोथ को देख पाएंगे। जब तक गांव और शहर के बीच की दूरी कम नहीं होगी, तब तक अमीर और गरीब के बीच की भी दूरी कम नहीं होगी। और जब तक ये दूरी कम नहीं होगी, पर कैपिटा इनकम नहीं बढ़ेगी, तब तक विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को हम लोग नहीं अचीव कर पाएंगे। इसीलिए आज आप सबसे ये आग्रह करने आया हूं कि जितने भी सेशंस हैं, और इसमें कहां कहां इसके अलावा भी आपको लगे कि यहाँ पे हम लोग को चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, एक चीज जिसको चर्चा मैंने कई बार की है, बहुत बार की है और बहुत मंचों से की है, जिसका सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हम लोग को हो रहा है, एंड आई थिंक वी आर फेसिंग दिस एज अ चैलेंज नॉट ओनली इन आवर कंट्री, मे बी ग्लोबली एज वेल, इज द काइंड ऑफ फॉल्स नैरेटिव थ्रू द इन्फ्लुएंसर्स। जिस तरीके से प्रोसेस फूड को लेकर, प्रोसेस है तो खराब है, ये एक धारणा बांधने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। मुझे नहीं पता कि इसके पीछे की सोच क्या है, किस सोच के साथ इस कंसेप्ट को इतना डीपली पेनिट्रेट किया जा रहा है, बट ये किया जा रहा है, एंड वी आर फेसिंग चैलेंजेस बिकॉज ऑफ दिस फॉल्स नैरेटिव। देयर इज अ वेरी, बोलचाल की भाषा में एक नैरेटिव सेट हो गया कि भैया प्रोसेस है तो खराब है, बट वी नीड टू टेल, we need to have a counter narrative to address this challenge, and we need to tell that when we talk about process, we talk about value addition. हम उसकी क्वालिटी बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम उसकी गुणवत्ता बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम उसमें 4 चीजों को जोड़कर आपको देने का हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। और इन सारी चीजों को हम लोग जब तक और ज्यादा एम्पलीफाई नहीं करेंगे, बहुत पुरानी कहावत है बट हकीकत है, अगर कोई एक लकीर खींची जाती है तो उसके सामने आपको एक बड़ी लकीर खींचनी होगी अपनी बातों को लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए। अदरवाइज इस चैलेंज की वजह से इस सेक्टर को नुकसान हो रहा है और ज्यादा होगा। और आज की तारीख में बिना प्रोसेसिंग के हम लोग नहीं आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। द काइंड ऑफ लाइफस्टाइल दैट वी हैव टुडे विद द कंसेप्ट ऑफ वर्किंग कपल्स, न्यूक्लियर फैमिली, वो दिन गए जब घर पे हमारे परिवार के बुजुर्ग सदस्य होते थे। आज की तारीख में जब पेरेंट्स वर्किंग हैं तो RTE, RTC, रेडी टू कुक, रेडी टू ईट, प्रोसेस आइटम्स, इन सब की ज़रूरतें हैं। पहले हम लोग घर पे ही चटनियाँ बना लेते थे, बट आप चाहिए चटनी, सॉस, ये सारी चीज़ें हमें बनी बनाई चाहिए क्योंकि समय का क्रंच है। बट अगर उसको लेके यही धारणा बनती जाएगी तो हम लोग इस इंडस्ट्री को जिस स्तर पे ग्रो होता हुआ देखना चाहते हैं हम लोग नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसके लिए ज़रूरी है, हम लोगों ने सेकेंड राउंड ऑफ मीटिंग इसको लेकर हम लोगों ने एक कमेटी का गठन किया था मिसलीडिंग एडवर्टीजमेंट्स को लेकर, and recently we had a second round of meeting that what all we need to do to counter this false narrative. But उसके लिए again it has to be a collective responsibility, everybody needs to come on board, सबको आना होगा। हम लोग सिर्फ इसकी बातें करते रहेंगे और दूसरे लोग अपना काम करते रह जाएंगे। We need to sit and discuss with the influencers also कि क्या गलत जा रहा है, क्यों वो ऐसे नैरेटिव्स ये लोग सेट कर रहे हैं। हर इंडस्ट्री लीडर अगर एक एक दो दो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को भी ऑन बोर्ड कर लेगा तो हम लोग इसके करेक्ट नैरेटिव्स जनता तक पहुंचाने का हम लोग काम करेंगे। इसको लेके अक्रॉस द कंट्री एक नेशनल कैंपेन अगर हम लोग शुरू करेंगे तो इन चैलेंजेस को हम लोग डील कर पाएंगे। पर ये तब होगा जब हम लोग एक्चुअल वर्किंग की बात करेंगे। हम लोग सिर्फ डिस्कशन and then eventually we all go back happy, smiling that okay, I said whatever that I wanted to say. Not going to work until unless we don't know that okay, after these discussions these are the things that we need to do. And trust me when I say this, me, my government, my prime minister, we all are there to help you in whatever manner in terms of policy reforms. My government is on a reform express. My prime minister has said this repeatedly and very clearly that every ministry has to go through major reforms which can bring in ease of business, which can bring in ease of living to every citizen of this country. Ease of business, every industry should get benefited with these reforms, and we are ready to do this, but then it needs to be communicated well. No one better than you all, because you all are in the helm of this affair. No one better than you know that what are the challenges, what are the bottlenecks, what are the issues, and how we need to tackle with it. So I'll request you all that after these panel discussions, and मैं ओबराय साहब से भी विशेष तौर पे आग्रह करूंगा कि एक इसका समरी नोट हम लोग तैयार करें और उसके आधार पर क्या क्या एक्शन हम लोग को लेने की ज़रूरत है, सरकार को क्या क्या एक्शन लेने की ज़रूरत है, इंडस्ट्री को इस पे क्या क्या काम करने की ज़रूरत है, इंस्टीट्यूट को इस पे क्या क्या कार्य करने की ज़रूरत है। अब हम लोग नए नए स्टार्टअप्स की हम लोग बात करते हैं, नए नए इनोवेशंस की बात करते हैं, बट कई बार हम लोग रेगुलेशंस में जाके फंस जाते हैं, क्योंकि फसाई के पास वो सेक्टर्स ही नहीं होते हैं जिन इनोवेशंस की हम लोग बात करते हैं, या जिन स्टार्टअप्स को हम लोग प्रमोट करना चाहते हैं उसको कैसे उसको हम लोग रेगुलेट करेंगे। ऐसे में ये कम्युनिकेट जब तक नहीं होगा, चर्चाएं नहीं होंगी, एंड माय गवर्नमेंट, वी आर वर्किंग एज अ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच, वी आर नॉट वर्किंग इन साइलोज एनीमोर। मिनिस्ट्रीज का इंट्रैक्शन एक दूसरे के साथ, इंटर मिनिस्ट्रियल लिंकेजेस हम लोग के स्ट्रांग हुए हैं, हर मंत्रालय अपने अलाइड मिनिस्ट्री के साथ निरंतरता पे संपर्क में है, ग्रुप ऑफ सेक्रेटरीज बने हुए हैं, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स बने हुए हैं, जहां पे एक्सचेंज ऑफ आइडियाज की ये मंत्रालय ये कर रहा है तो ऑन बोर्ड कौन से इसके अलाइड मिनिस्ट्री को साथ में हम लोग को लेने की जरूरत है। तो ये सारी चीजें, ये पूरी व्यवस्था, ये पूरा इकोसिस्टम और ज्यादा सरल कैसे हो, हमारे ग्लोबल इंटरेक्शंस और ज्यादा इजी कैसे हो, इन तमाम चीजों को लेकर हम लोग एकदम स्पीड पे तत्परता के साथ हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं। बट ऐसे में मैं आग्रह करूंगा और मैं चाहूंगा, एंड इज द रीजन व्हाई ऑन अ वेरी रेगुलर बेसिस आई हैव इंटरेक्शंस विद द इंडस्ट्री। अभी हम लोगों ने कुछ समय पहले, फ्यू वीक्स अगो, वी हैड दिस चिंतन शिविर, जहां पे हम लोगों ने विस्तार से चर्चा की, जहां पे एवरी स्टेक होल्डर, जो जितने भी कंसर्न्ड एसोसिएशंस हैं, चैम्बर्स हैं, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स हैं, सबके साथ बैठकर हम लोगों ने मंथन किया 3 दिन का, कि इसमें क्या क्या हम लोग को बदलाव करने की ज़रूरत है, क्या क्या चीज़ों को हम लोग को और बेहतर करने की ज़रूरत है, स्ट्रीमलाइन करने की ज़रूरत है। इन तमाम बातों को लेकर हम लोगों ने चर्चा करने का काम किया। बट हाँ, अब ज़रूरी है कि उन चर्चाओं को हम लोग ज़मीन तक हम लोग लेकर जाएं, और ये तभी होगा जब जितनी चर्चाएं हुई हैं उसके जब तक एक्शन टेकन पॉइंट्स और टारगेट ओरिएंटेड, कितने समय में हमें ये करना है, इतने समय में हमें यहाँ तक पहुँचना। अब न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स है, उसको लेकर अपने चैलेंजेस हैं, जो भी इस इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, उनके रेगुलेशंस को लेकर चैलेंजेस हैं, उनकी साइंटिफिक बैकिंग को लेकर चैलेंजेस हैं, उनके प्रमोशंस को लेकर, मार्केटिंग को लेकर, कैसे इन सारी चीज़ों को एड्रेस किया जाए। एक ही साथ हम सोचेंगे कि भैया सारी चीज़ें एक साथ हो जाएं, तभी इस बजट को लेकर बहुत चर्चाएं हुई, बहुत जगहों पे क्रिटिसाइज भी किया गया कि इस बजट में ये नहीं, वो नहीं, इसके लिए क्या दिया गया, उसके लिए क्या दिया गया। बट इस बजट को अगले 25 साल की सोच, विजन के साथ तैयार किया गया। जब मैं 21वीं सदी के सेकेंड क्वार्टर का पहला बजट बोलता हूं, एक क्वार्टर हम लोग का निकल चुका, 2000 से लेकर 2025 तक। अब ये सेकेंड क्वार्टर है, फ्रॉम 2026 टू 2050, एंड इसी सेकेंड क्वार्टर में 2047 भी आता है, जब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने हम सबको लक्ष्य दिया है कि आज़ादी के जब हम लोग 100वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हो तो मेरा देश एक विकसित देश हो, विकसित भारत की कल्पना को हम लोग धरातल पर उतार पाएं, इस सोच के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़े। तो जहां इस बजट में अगले 25 साल का विजन है, तो अगले 5 साल की प्लानिंग है, 1 साल का बजट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, उस सोच के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़े। और इसी सोच के साथ हम सबको इस सेक्टर में भी आगे बढ़ना होगा, फूड प्रोसेसिंग के सेक्टर में भी, कि अगले 25 साल में हम लोग इस इंडस्ट्री को कहां देखते हैं, नेशनली कहां देखते हैं, ग्लोबली कहां देखते हैं, इसके माध्यम से क्या क्या टारगेट्स हैं जो हम लोग अचीव करना चाहते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स इस सेक्टर से हम लोग किसानों की तो आर्थिक मदद करेंगे ही, बट ये सेक्टर एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जो जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट करता है, उसके माध्यम से बम्बार्डमेंट ऑफ जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज कैसे हम लोग क्रिएट करें, इनकी अलग अलग यूनिट्स लगा के मेरा मंत्रालय कर रहा है, अलग अलग योजनाओं के माध्यम से वी आर मेकिंग श्योर कि ना सिर्फ हम लोग लार्ज और मीडियम की हम लोग बात करें, बल्कि जो माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेस हैं, जिसके बारे में मेरे प्रधानमंत्री की सोच है कि भैया वो सिर्फ जॉब सीकर्स ही नहीं होने चाहिए, वो जॉब गिवर्स की भूमिका में हमारे युवा पहुंचे। आज पीएमएफएमई के माध्यम से हम लोग गांव देहात के इलाके में रह रहे महिला पुरुष को, उनको कंप्लीट हैंड होल्डिंग प्रोवाइड करके वो इकोसिस्टम तैयार करके दे रहे हैं, जहां वो अपने नीचे 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 लोगों को रोजगार देने की क्षमता रख रहे हैं। एंड ऑफ कोर्स थ्रू पीएमकेएसवाई सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि उन यूनिट्स को हम लोग कैसे एस्टैब्लिश करें जहां पे उस क्षेत्र का हम लोग बड़े स्तर पर विकास कर सके। एंड पीएलआई का भी सेक्रेटरी साहब ने जिक्र किया ही कि उसका परफॉर्मेंस, वी आर द लीडिंग इन द सेक्टर PLI स्कीम को लेकर, जहाँ पे इंटरनेशनली ग्लोबली हम लोग कैसे अपनी इंडस्ट्री की पहचान, अपने ब्रांड की पहचान हम लोग लेकर जा सके। तो ये सारे कार्य सरकार अपनी तरफ से हम लोग कर रहे हैं, बट देन अगेन आई रिपीट, इट हैज टू बी अ कलेक्टिव एफर्ट, ऑल ऑफ अस टुगेदर वी नीड टू कम ऑन बोर्ड कि इस सेक्टर को हम लोग आने वाले 25 सालों में कहाँ देखते हैं, आने वाले 10 साल में कहाँ देखते हैं, आने वाले 5 साल में हम लोग कहाँ देखते हैं। फूड वेस्टेज, जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ के साथ फूड वेस्टेज जो सबसे बड़ा कंसर्न हम लोग का रहा है, आज भी वो तस्वीरें हम लोग को व्याकुल करती हैं, वंचित करती हैं कि भाई जब हम लोग देखते हैं, विचलित करती हैं कि जब हम लोग देखते हैं कि भाई सड़क पे टमाटर आलू किसानों को फेंकने पड़ते हैं। क्यों फेंकने पड़ते हैं? क्यों? क्योंकि होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी नहीं है। शेल्फ लाइफ कैसे उसकी बढ़ाई जा सकती है? वो प्रोसेसिंग से बढ़ाई जा सकती है। प्रोसेसिंग कैसे हम उसके दरवाजे तक, उसके खेत तक लेके जा सकते हैं, उस पे हम लोग को सोचना होगा। एक सेक्टर मल्टीपल चैलेंजेस को एड्रेस कर सकता है, इसीलिए इस सेक्टर का ग्रो होना बहुत जरूरी है। जहां कई ऐसे सेक्टर हैं जो कि बहुत बेहतरीन परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, कई ऐसे हैं जो सैचुरेशन पे भी हैं, बट ये सेक्टर ऐसा है जिसमें अभी ग्रोथ की अनंत संभावनाएं हैं। So with this hope and belief that all of us together in coming 3 days हम लोग इसके ऊपर अच्छे से मंथन करेंगे, अध्ययन करेंगे कि हम लोग कैसे फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर को टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल से, आज AI में भी भारत लीड करने की सोच रखता है। AI समिट हम लोगों ने किया, उस समिट के माध्यम से हम लोग ये बताना चाहते हैं कि हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी में, इनोवेशन में, आइडियाज़ में हम लोग हैं वहाँ पर जहाँ पर हम लोग दुनिया को रास्ता दिखा सकते हैं, दुनिया को एज प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर्स। 1.4 बिलियन पीपल, इफ वी कम टुगेदर एज प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर्स, ग्लोब को, दुनिया को हम लोग रास्ता दिखा सकते हैं आगे बढ़ने का। जरूरत है अगेन सबको एक साथ आने की। मैं एक बार फिर से निफ्टम का विशेष तौर पे धन्यवाद करता हूं इस सोच के लिए, इस आइडिया के लिए, और ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं मैं इनकी इस सोच को, अवनेश को मैं देता हूं। और इसी तरीके से प्लेटफॉर्म्स हम लोग तैयार करते रहें ताकि मल्टीपल स्टेक होल्डर्स एक साथ एक मंच पर आएँ। विद दिस थॉट ओनली ऑन अ लार्जर स्केल वी डू वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया। उसके पीछे भी सोच यही है दैट इन कंसर्न टू फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री across the country, across the globe should come on one platform where we can exchange ideas, technologies, share our best practices. उसी सोच के साथ इसको किया गया, उसके लिए ढेर सारी बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। मैं हमारे सेक्रेटरी मॉफी के अविनाश जोशी जी का धन्यवाद करता हूं, उन्होंने बहुत खूबसूरती से अपनी बातों को यहाँ पर रखा। मैं यहाँ पे डॉक्टर शकुंतला जी, वी आर सो प्राउड ऑफ यू एंड थैंक यू फॉर योर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन इन दिस सेक्टर। यहाँ पे डॉक्टर जी का मैं यहाँ पे धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उन्होंने काफ़ी विस्तार से, बहुत टेक्निकली, उन्होंने गंभीरता से यहाँ पे अपनी बातों को रखने का काम किया। मौजूद यहाँ पे निफ्टम के तमाम फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, यहाँ पे मौजूद डेलीगेट्स across the country, across the globe, and यहाँ पे मौजूद तमाम हमारे exhibitors, promoters, and students of NIFTIM. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद माननीय श्री चिराग पासवान जी, the Honorable Union Minister for Ministry of Food Processing Industries, for your impactful words, for your leadership and clarity, and for championing India's vision for resilient and innovative food systems. आपका संबोधन दिशा भी देता है और विश्वास भी। हार्दिक धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Dr. Sunil Parekh, Dean, Postgraduate Studies and Convener for Anvesh 2026 for vote of thanks, please.
Honorable Shri Chirag Paswan ji, Union Minister, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, respected Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted, World Food Prize Laureate, Professor Dr. T.G. Sithar Ram ji, former Chairman AICT, Shri Avnish Joshi ji, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, our esteemed Conference Chair and Director, Professor H.S. Oberoi, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected Vice Chancellors, Directors, Deans, eminent scientists, industry leaders, delegates from India and abroad, faculty members, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of the Anvesh International Conference, it is my great privilege to provide the vote of thanks on this auspicious inaugural occasion. At the outset, I express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Shri Chirag Paswan ji for graciously inaugurating Anvesh and for sharing his visionary thoughts. Sir, your leadership is strengthening India's food processing ecosystem and promoting value addition, entrepreneurship, and innovation gives immense encouragement to institutions like ours. Your presence today had truly encouraged this gathering. We are profoundly honored by the presence of Dr. Shakuntala ji. Madam, your globally acclaimed contributions to nutrition-sensitive food system and sustainable food security continue to inspire researchers and policymakers worldwide. Your address has set an inspiring intellectual tone for this conference. We are proud on you that your ancestors must be from India only. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor T.G. Sithar Ram ji, whose visionary in research, innovation, and industry integration have provided valuable direction to all of us. Sir, your guidance reinforces the importance of aligning technical education with institutional priorities and particularly with the food processing industries. Our heartfelt gratitude to Shri Avinash Joshi ji, Secretary MOFP, for his constant support and encouragement. Sir, your policy perspective and commitment to strengthening the food processing sector serve as a strong foundation for our collective efforts. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation to our conference chair, Oberoi ji, whose dynamic leadership, vision, and meticulously planning have made Anvesh a truly international platform for dialogue and collaboration. We are grateful to all distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, our esteemed vice chancellors, directors, scientists, industry partners, and international delegates who have traveled from near and far to be part of this intellectual congregation. Your, your participation reflects the importance and relevance of themes we are addressing. I extend special thanks to our speakers, session chairs, panelists, and exhibitors who will enrich the conference with their expensive and innovative contributions over the coming days. I would like to place on record our special appreciation for our dedicated organizing secretaries, Professor Anupama Singh, Professor Prasanna Kumar, Professor Rajni Chopra, Dr. Anupama Pangal, and Professor Vimal Pant, whose meticulously planning, tireless coordination, and unwavering commitment have been the backbone of Anvesh international conferences. From conceptualization to execution, their collective leadership ensured academic depth, seamless logistics, and meaningful engagements behind the curtain with all the speakers and delegates across the globe. Their teamwork, professionalism, and attention to every detail have truly transformed this vision into a grand and successful reality. My appreciation also goes to faculty members from various institutions, our dedicated NIFTIM faculty and staff, and the administrative and technical teams whose relentless efforts have ensured smooth organization of this event. A very special mention to our students who are working as a liaison officers and volunteers. Your enthusiasm, discipline, and hospitality are the true spirit of Anvesh. As we formally inaugurate this conference, we look forward to meaningful deliberations, new partnerships, and actionable outcomes that will contribute to sustainable development, circular economy, and a stronger food processing ecosystem for our nation. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and one of you for gracing this inaugural session and making it memorable. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Parikh, for proposing the vote of thanks. And quickly, we would also like to thank the department. We also would like to give our heartfelt thanks to local administration bodies, all support staff and sponsors. And just to quickly name all our sponsors, our banking partner SBI, Anusandhan Development of Northeastern Region, Development of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumers Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, Coconut Development Board, Udyam Circle, SNL Innovations, IT was Haldiram, Nestle, PepsiCo, Bikano, Bikaner Wala, Amul India, Bikaji, Tata Consumer Products, Sahadri Farms, Panacea Biotech, Hexagon Nutrition, Mansa Jadli, Jivo, CVC Logistics, Driving Progress, National Sugar Institute, Kanpur, our knowledge partner IHM Pusa, hydration partner Bisleri, publication partner Kruger, Brennet JFST, and our CSR partner CI Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inauguration session of Anvesh 2026, I invite all of you to all go beyond the conference halls and experience the spirit of this platform. Please take time to explore the exhibitions, live cookery shows, food stalls, and also the NIFTIM campus itself, a living, self-sustaining ecosystem where food is grown, processed, innovated, and transformed into entrepreneur. This is where ideas meet, practice, and vision turns into impact. Thank you so much. Enjoy the Anvesh 2026. यह उद्घाटन केवल एक औपचारिक मंच नहीं था, बल्कि एक राष्ट्रीय संकल्प की अभिव्यक्ति भी है। संकल्प सुरक्षित, सतत और समावेशी खाद्य प्रणालियों का। Ladies and gentlemen, now I request all of you to kindly rise for our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Thank you, our dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, all of you. Please enjoy, experience, explore, and get enlightened. This is Anvesh 2026. We invite all of you for lunch. Do visit the exhibition and do join us back for our next technical session. Thank you so much. Enjoy Anvesh 2026. I hope you also took the time out to visit our exhibition hall. I hope you enjoyed the cooking show as well, and you got time to explore the NIFTIM campus as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We would be beginning with our third session, which is a panel discussion. Before we go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, you might be having a lot of questions. Just to reassure you, there is a QR code which is being circulated in your concerned group. Through that QR code, you can pose all your queries, all your questions. Your questions will be sent to the right person and the answers will be emailed to you. So rest assured, all your queries, all your questions will be duly answered. Good afternoon once again. Well, now we move into our session 3, a panel discussion focusing on a theme that lies at the very heart of India's growth ambition in the food processing sector. आज का यह तीसरा सत्र शिक्षा, कौशल और व्यापार के उस सेतु को सशक्त करने पर केंद्रित है जो भारत को वैश्विक मूल्य श्रृंखलाओं से जोड़ता है. We are privileged to have with us diverse and distinguished panel representing government, global industry, international missions, academia, and entrepreneurship who will share insight, experiences, and future pathways. And for the rest of the proceedings of this session, I hand the session over to session coordinator, Dr. Hina.
Thank you, Saroj, for so nicely explaining the intent of this session. So without wasting any further time, it is my honor to invite Shri Avinash Joshi, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India, to give special address and set the intent for this session. Sir is an IS officer of 1994 batch and has over 3 decades of administrative and leadership and policy experience. Under his stewardship, the ministry continues to drive innovation, investment, and inclusive growth in India's food processing ecosystem, strengthening value addition and farmer empowerment across the nation. Sir is also the guiding light for NIFTIM. Under his guidance, NIFTIM is moving forward towards strengthening research and academic in the country for food processing sector. Sir, I humbly invite you to stage to deliver your address, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for sir?
So, good afternoon once again. And I understand that after, very sumptuous lunch is very difficult to speak and more difficult to listen to. So, it's a challenging task, but let us do justice in whatever way we can. So, the discussion topic in this session is role of academics and skill development for promoting trade in food processing sector. So, here we are talking about academics, skill development and food processing sector industry. Morning we had a inaugural session where we had opportunity to listen to Honorable Minister as well as the other dignitaries. This Anvesh has given one platform where all the stakeholders have come under one roof to discuss all the pertinent issues of the sector. The panel now, now advances our conversation from vision to execution, focusing on the institutional, regulatory and skill architecture required to translate academic strength and human capital development into tangible trade outcomes. This is where the policy objectives are operationalized into systems, standards and scalable models. Again, I need not re-emphasize again on the importance of food sector in the national economy. As I was telling in the morning, it's a very, very inclusive sector, starting from waste stopping, post-harvest losses, to value addition, to creating employment, to, help country in investment, export. You talk about anything. The role of food processing is very, very vital. And though we are hardly like more than 95% we are in the unorganized sector, but still in the organized sector we are one of the largest employers. So that talks about the importance of the sector. And the industry now has reached to 535 billion US dollar, which was 20% less 2 years back. So there is a growth. And when we talk about food processing, it's not only about numbers, it's the how many lives it impacts. One small dairy in one corner of the country impacts thousands of the farmers. At times I talk about this NDDB or Amul model, which has been very successful. And taking clue from there, nowadays, now UP is the largest producer of milk, followed by Rajasthan and Gujarat. So that model has become so effective that now we produce almost 27% of world's milk, and we are able to produce more because we are able to convert it into the value added products. So what I understand that food processing, we have to understand the nitty-gritties of the sector. It's not extension of agriculture. It's itself a sector which is very, very important and key driver for India's industrial growth, export strength and income transformation. Now how skill and import competitiveness come in a play. Fixie, I was talking to Fixie the other day. See, skilling is very, very important. When last year I met all the industry associations, one thing they were telling unanimously was they need a skilled manpower. What happens nowadays? The big corporates can afford, BTech, food technology, MTech or MBA. But 95-96% who are in the MSME and micro, they need the shop floor level people. And we have a lot of private institutes which provides the skilling, but then this is all academics. They have link with the factories. So I suggested, and I am happy that now both the NIFTIMs, they are doing it, that they are coming into the short-term skill development plan, where minimum 80 to 85% of the students gets a job opportunity, because you have to have the interface with the industry. Sitting in a AC room and showing that this is the food processing will not help. After even those 6 weeks or 12 weeks or 16 weeks training, when the person goes to the industry, the owner of that industry, the small guy, again, spend time, energy, resources on training him, because his training is academic. So the point is that now there are a lot of compliance issues, lot of statutory issues. There also we are like taking it up with the FSSI and all. You can't equate the big corporate and the micro enterprise. Let there be a differentiator without compromising the food safety regulation or the compliance or anything. Food processing again, there are, at all levels, we have so many players, and we need to differentiate between their requirements, their capacities, and what type of resources they can deploy to comply with the statutory requirements. Regulator literacy again is a trade enabler, and that applies, I think, across the value chain. We have to ensure that our food is world class. That is what the Honorable Minister was also talking in the morning, that we have to ensure quality, we have to ensure regulatory aspect, and we have to be cost competitive. Unless we do that, we will not able to survive in this global competition. So our food has to be the world class. Our paperwork and compliance awareness must become world class too. Many a times sitting in the ministry we hear that we send some cargo and all, it is stopped because of some residual issue or some chemical, this thing, that thing. So trust building again is very important. So when whether we talk about organic, whether we talk about, IPA quality or normal quality, whatever is the standard the imported countries, importing countries asking, we have to comply with that. Many a times we come across the issue that in the domestic market, a small, medium, large player, they sometimes are in a hurry. They will ask the food testing laboratory, थोड़ा जल्दी हमारा सर्टिफिकेट कर दीजिए, प्रीमियम रेट ले लीजिए. So that, there is no shortcut. If you have to become top quality owner, you have to invest time, energy and resources. So we should do away from all the shortcuts. When we talk about organic, people say this my food is organic, but when they go for the taste, they fail. Why? Because there is a standard set of requirement, minimum requirement, but that we are not doing. Sometimes in domestic market you may become successful, but when you go to the international market, they have their own mechanism to ensure the quality. A globally competitive food technologist also is important, who should not only be conversant with the processing science, but with the international regulatory mechanism ecosystem, including the EU's farm to fork strategy, Japan's JS standards, and US FDA's FSMA framework, and HACCP driven compliance expected from across Gulf markets. Such knowledge should be mainstreamed into our food technology and food business programs as standard, not exception or as a specialized thing. Unless we develop that type of discipline systems, I don't think we will do justice to the sector. And one more thing, like which I was talking about, MSME and micro, they are the backbone of our agri-food value chain, aggregating produce, enabling primary processing and connecting farmers to the markets. Yet they face structural constraint. Most MSMEs do not have dedicated compliance team, HR systems or in-house. At the same time, they are the least served by conventional academic pipelines. What is needed is a focused MSME-oriented skilling module, which can deliver through clusters, ITIs, food parks, and state-level institutes, which emphasize on quality systems, regulatory compliance, and export documentation. The MOFP is actively working with Ministry of MSME and FIXI to strengthen this ecosystem. In our PMFME program also, there is a big component of like doing with this compliance and regulatory issues, doing with the branding and marketing, doing with the handholding, incubation. So those 95% micro units also with the equal dedication and commitment. We have these two institute under MOFP, one where we are sitting today, NIFTIM Kundli, the other one is NIFTIM Tanjavur, which are now recognized as institute of national importance, where not only they provide the academics, but skilling, startup, incubation, industry interface, research. So all these things they are doing. And good thing about these two institute is that Nifty Kundlam is hardly 15 years old, but they have an n number of MOUs with the international agencies, where they learn from each other. There is a faculty exchange program, that puts us, agile to the global requirement. In addition, focused short duration food processing export readiness program is being developed to equip export managers and quality professionals with practical competencies in global standards and trade compliance. The role of, again, international collaboration is very, very important. MOFP is exploring MOUs with the counterpart ministries in ASEAN countries, the EU countries and the Gulf for mutual recognition of food safety certification and skilling credentials. Bilateral skill corridors where Indian food technologists trained to international standards serve in partner country industries represent a significant opportunity for the skilled migration. Now, as we are, and you will listen the other experts also. Now, as we begin I would invite all our distinguished panelists to focus on three core areas, three core questions. The first, how do we structurally align academia and skilling systems with export-oriented industry needs, not in theory, but in curriculum design, assessment models, and industry immersion. Second, what specific competencies will define a globally competitive Indian food technologist over the next decade, particularly in regulatory compliance, digital traceability, sustainability standards, and trade documentation. Last but not the least, how can government, industry, and the institutions collaborate to create scalable models, especially for MSMEs, so that skill development translates directly into measurable trade outcomes. So I'll request all the panelists to focus on this and is relevant for the topic of today's this special session. I encourage the discussion to move beyond diagnosis and toward implementable pathways, towards the road ahead, and for that, whatever institutional mechanisms are required, whatever policy instruments are required, and partnership model that can be acted upon. Let us aim to leave this session not just with ideas, but with a clear direction for building a trade-ready food processing workforce. And this is very, very important, and I will urge each one of you to come out with the innovative ideas, suggest things which you feel can be done by the government like NIFTIM. We are here to support. We are here to see that the industry, particularly in the MSME and the micro sector, does not suffer because of want of skilled manpower. So let us work together and come out with the practical solutions which can see the sector in a proper position, in a competitive manner, which can stand up to the global standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. It definitely gives us a direction for today's discussion. Sir, before you leave, I may invite you again on the stage. We would like to thank you. I also request Director, sir, to join and felicitate, sir. Can we have big round of applause for sir? Thank you so much, sir. So sir has another meeting on request. He was here and he just wanted to address us and give us some insights. He'll be leaving for his meeting. We are thankful to you, sir. Now it's my privilege to invite the panelists and the moderators. So I'll invite Mr. Gaurav Sisodia in West India. Sir has agreed to be the moderator for today's session and lead this entire session. Sir, I leave the stage to you now. I'll ask the backstage team to quickly set up the tables for our panelists, please.
A very good afternoon, everyone. We've just heard insightful perspective from our secretary, sir. I am Gaurav Sishodia and I represent Invest India. We are the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency of the Government of India under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We work very closely with the Ministry of Food Processing Industries in terms of getting investments in the country, helping existing companies expand, and also resolving any issues and concerns through policy advocacy. Friends, as you all know, that India is one of the leading producers of several agri-food commodities, and our food processing sector is no longer an emerging story. It is an expansion story. Industry is investing, capacities are rising, exports targets are ambitious, and global investors are watching this very closely. But in every industrial transformation, there is one silent determinant of success, which is talent architecture. The question is whether we are building a workforce that is multidisciplinary across policy, markets, supply chain, and branding. Because the future of food trade will not be one only on cost, it will be one on credibility. As India position itself as a reliable, high quality, standard compliant food supply of the world, our human capital strategy must become as sophisticated as our industrial policy. Today's session is therefore very critical, and we have eminent experts. I'd now like to invite on stage Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Senior Consultant APIDA. Dr. Tarun Bajaj is a key strategist in India's agriculture export sector, currently serving as Senior Consultant with APIDA, where he leads high-impact initiatives for processed foods, including Bharati Program for startups and global expansion of Indian millets. The second person I would like to invite is Dr. Volker Klima, Head of Agri and Food Division, Embassy of Germany in India. Dr. Volker Klima is a prominent German diplomat and agriculture expert, currently serving as Head of Food and Agriculture at the Embassy of Germany in New Delhi. Now I shall like to invite Dr. Roberto Carlos Papa, Agriculture Attaché, Embassy of Brazil in India. Dr. Roberto is a Brazilian diplomat and agri-business expert, serving as Agriculture Attaché at the Embassy of Brazil in New Delhi. Then next, I would like to invite Mr. Rajendra Dobriyal, Senior Director, Scientific and Regulatory Affairs, Coca-Cola. Dr. Dobriyal has experience of over 30 years working with two of the large MNCs in India. Next, I shall like to invite Dr. Raghav Jadli from Jadli Foods India Private Limited. He is a distinguished food technologist and entrepreneur, currently serving as President of All India Food Processors Association and Managing Director of Jadli Foods India Private Limited. Next, I shall like to invite Dr. Rajneesh Tyagi. He is a prominent industrialist and administrator known for his leadership in chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and agribusiness sector. Finally, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Amit Lohani, founder and director, Forum of Indian Food Importers. Also, I shall like to invite on stage Dr. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal Secretary, IHM Pusa. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion will explore three dimensions. Number one, are we producing globally competitive food professionals at scale? Second, are industry and academia sufficiently integrated in this effort? And third, what structural interventions can accelerate India's trade readiness in food processing? To start the session, we would like to start with a candid diagnosis in terms of where we are strong and where we are vulnerable. And in the second round, we shall ask our esteemed panelists to propose one concrete implementable step that can move the system forward. With this, I would like to turn to Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Senior Consultant APIDA. And my question to Dr. Tarun Bajaj is, India's food products are gaining acceptance in highly demanding markets. From your experience, what capability shifts in compliance, market intelligence, or exporter knowledge have more directly driven success? And as we target more stringent markets, where must we invest further in skill set to unlock the next wave of export growth?
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you so much. Now you see, we said we had WTO. I'm saying had because we all know what is the situation now. Multilateral forum. Now more and more bilateral forums we have, which is FTAs. In both the things, one thing is common, that we are opening up our markets. We are giving access to our food products to the international or on the bilateral front. And in turn, they are also giving market access to us. What is happening is they are giving market access. The new innovative technique they have adopted is barriers. And some of the non-tariff barriers are procedural type. For example, China says you register on particular website, then we will issue import license, and like this, these are procedural. Indonesia says we will have quotas, and that is one of the other type of procedural things. Of course, that needs to be handled through diplomatic ways. But another is quality. MRL levels. They have started having MRL levels which are not easy for the least developed countries or the developing countries to match. Now they are becoming a most non-tariff barrier. Tricyclozole, 0.9, then 0.5, came to 0.3, now there's a level of default. So these kinds of non-tariff barriers are becoming another challenge, and here comes the role of technology, role of skill, and the institutes like NIFTIM. We have to have the equipments, the technology, where we can have the same kind of a precision which is required to match it. We need the analytical ability, we need the skill, same that we can have the precision. With this, they can match it. I give you an example. Because since we are working in the field, I'll do through the case studies. Our grapes were banned by European Union because of the MRL levels. We said, okay, we'll address this issue. When we went to address these issues, I'm talking of few years back. That time we realized we are not having the laboratory equipments which can have same precision where we can match the level of European Union. The analytical technique were also not there. We were not aware of the SOPs which are there and the procedures which are required to match it. So we started investing in laboratories. Now, of course, we have the most modern ISO 17025 internationally qualified matchable laboratories. We have the analyst, we have the technicians who can match it. Then once we realize that still we are saying level of aflatoxin, they are in peanuts I'm talking, level of aflatoxin, we judge a level of aflatoxin, when it goes there the level of aflatoxins are different. We went to see and what is the issue. We found out even the sampling techniques in our case were not matching. Of course, we took our technicians to European Union, gave them the training over there so that at least we know, because you know, peanut, even one peanut, there can be aflatoxin, and how to judge it. Entire consignment, even one peanut itself can, you know, contaminate. So there is a sampling technique. It's a heterogeneous product. This special type of sampling technique to be adopted. So like this, we gave them a training and we went in, and now we are able to export our produce to European Union also. With these case studies, I'm saying that it is required that we have the technology which is required. B, we need to have all kinds of the qualification and the skill to use that technology and match the skills which are required internationally. All that is possible when we have institutes like NIFTIM. There has to be more and more industry connect between NIFTIM, type of institutes, and the industry, so that we can foresee the requirements of the industry and learn and provide solution to them. Similarly, industry also needs and complementary to each other. I think that's it, the need of the hour and the solution for all our issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bajaj. And as APIDA is at the forefront of agriculture and food exports of the country, your perspective in terms of how to integrate skill set into food trade is highly appreciable. Now I would like to turn for an industry perspective, and I'd like to ask Mr. Rajendra Dobriyal from Coca-Cola. Mr. Dobriyal, you've had an extensive experience of working with large MNCs in India, and we would love to hear from your perspective on what stands out about the Indian food technology graduates, the strengths that make them valued contributors to a global organization, and also, since you represent regulatory affairs, in the regulatory environment, as this environment continues to evolve, where do you see the most exciting opportunities to further build strengths?
Thanks. So I think while most of the students are sitting here along with their teachers, this question has an opportunity, but it certainly has a challenge also to answer. Yeah, but I would restrict my answer for colleges or institutions like NIFTIM, CFTRI, and few more, where most of the industry is picking their talent, and also we feel at least the top-notch institutions in India who are creating the food technology. Because if I make that comment for all across, there are a lot of different kind of institutions and also it'll get lost. So that's the disclaimer. In my view, there are few things actually which we do have a huge advantage of having our food technologists, or for that matter few other scientific streams from institutions. First thing which comes to my mind is, and while we may have our critical output about our curriculum system, but it has a huge advantage also, because the way we give the horizontal exposure to our scientists and our budding technologists, the way I tell it basically is, if we hire a person who is working on 2-3 years in industry, he is able to understand the other aspects also. He is not just working, if a person is working in food technology and a formulation development, he is not merely concerned about formulation. He is also considering the aspect of what quality challenge will come when this food goes to the plant, what are the supply chain challenges which will come. So in a way, actually, he or she is able to integrate actually the thought process and deliver that. So I think that's a really good thing about in our education system. The second thing which I see in new generation, and especially when I compare them with myself when we have started the career and all, in my generation, people were mostly relying on the closed innovation, which is like my lab, my team. We will not take from anything from outside. We'll read the paper, but we will not collaborate. We will not take the technology. We will not buy the outside word. The new generation is coming with a very open mindset. They know actually what is happening within the space. Of course, they have huge advantage of information technology today, but they are open to take that, and therefore I call it open innovation, where they are everything on their own on their table, but they are also integrating the outside world. So that's the second thing which, and new generation is doing it more and more. So that's the second thing which I appreciate about. The third thing I would say is, the way they have been adopting, digitalization and AI and all is very swiftly. We, in our age, we take time. If I have to make a presentation, I will take at least 2 days. If I tell some of my junior, colleagues, they will take just within 1 hour, they will use something and, they will make some presentation. It has some flaw also, we'll come to that. But these are the 3 biggest things which I feel is the advantage. In terms of areas where we need to improve is, and let me start from this only, probably the kind of information they're exposed to, they need to improve their mechanism of filtering. What is happening today is, I want to make a presentation and I tell some of those persons who are using the ChatGPT and other platforms, they will just make the presentation the way ChatGPT thinks it is the right thing to do. They are not able to put their own filter that what is the intent of that presentation, what is the audience of that presentation, who are the stakeholder, and then filter that. So that's one area which I feel we need to. The other area I feel actually is the soft skills. So, and I will just give only 2 examples. Most of the companies, if you go in corporates, you will find actually the people who are in marketing, who are in government affairs, their communications are much better than people who are scientists. And unfortunately, in our curriculum system, we do not have time and efforts and mechanism to tell them soft skills. So what happens where they are sort of finding a gap, then the kids are not, if their communication skills, their presentation skills are better, they will be able to market. Otherwise, what is happening, they are just remaining a subject matter expert. They are not becoming like a horizontal or vertical leader. So that's one thing. Thank you. And the last thing, I will come to your regulatory part only. The policy part probably, and I'm not aware of, maybe, some of the teachers are sitting here, they will be able to reflect on this. But I think we need to have more and more exposure in our curriculum for food policy part in terms of, and the regulation that are coming, so that they can get a little more exposure. That will be my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Dobriyal, on sharing your insight, and especially from the point of view of leading MNCs in India. And I'm sure that the students sitting here, their professors, Dr. Obroy, Mr. Pant, all of them are very familiar to the kind of challenges because ultimately it is on their shoulders that this responsibility lies. But now coming to the domestic industry perspective and especially from the MSME's point of view, I would turn to Mr. Rajneesh Tyagi. Uh, so from the MSME point of view, what has been the most critical in building capability within your organization, and which partnerships with buyers, certification bodies, or institutions have had the greatest impact that could serve as replicable model for others?
Yes, thank you, Gaurav. I think, yeah, thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Gaurav. Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I think, and my organization, we are mostly engaged into the protein production, protein isolates, and other things, and is it more we are looking forward to like developing those skills between academic and industry partnership, and that is only possible if we can look at the innovation part, and they can basically students, we can bring them more often to the industry, and they can develop those programs, and we can create some innovative pathways to understand the nutrition, and we can basically have the raw materials, we have the brain. If we can bridge it right, I think we can definitely look into this. Then there is a lag of compliance, where we basically need to understand all food safety programs. We need to understand HACCP, we need to understand GFSI, all these programs have to be there. And in India, we basically face problems because most of the food industry here, they are not basically recognizing those kind of parameters and what we need to do. I got a facility into Canada, and we are well versed over there, what we're doing and what basically is there. I think there is a more partnership there between academics and industry. So I would like to emphasize more and more on a partnership between academics and industry to gain it. And then we would like to develop more and more like micro enterprises. We would like to see like how basically all the raw materials or whatever we have in terms of crops like fruits and everything, they can basically develop here, and we can definitely do something different in a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagi. Now I would move to Mr. Raghav Jadli, and Mr. Jadli also represents IFPA, which is the All India Food Processors Association from an industry perspective. And Mr. Jadli, as Jadli Foods operates in a quality-driven, export-oriented space where talent is critical, when you hire professionals, what do you look at them when you say who could truly excel, and what differentiates them from others? Mix of training, hands-on exposure, and mindset makes someone industry ready.
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav. Namaskar. And so, first of all, I'm a food technologist myself. And this makes me more relatable, more, attached to you people, mainly from the academia. And when I started my journey, from the production flow level, then went into the R&D, then quality control, then marketing, then innovation, then I started my business and interaction with the industry. And today we are 26-year-old company where, we have the team of around 150 people. And in our company, I mean, Dr. Dobriel said about it. So we take around 30 to 40 interns for the food technologists every year in our South and North India unit. And this is the way we contribute. And now in our companies, so the food technologist, I was endorsing Dr. Dobriel's this thing. So they are not just food technologists. They are over a period of time get turned into even to the procurement manager, international marketing manager. They are not refined only to the regulatory things or this thing. And one other thing I would like to say about the, the institutions, apart from you see for the big brands, definitely everybody would like to have it, but you get the more exposure in the MSME industries as well, because there you can, like I can give you because of my example, I was into the production or the flow down this thing. Then over a period of time, gradually, but of course it depends on all your interaction and how do you do it. And see, the industrialists also like to have the kind of the talent. If my my procurement manager, for example, is a food technologist, he or she understands the product perspective much better than a regular procurement guy. Okay, we have to develop a little bit skills of the negotiation or that kind of thing. And same way about our the marketing. Now, one of the very much of the international marketing, and she is doing the wonderful one. Same, so that way we are adapting it. Secondly, your very well question, in the export segment. So when we get into obviously we take around 30 to 40, but then everybody we cannot make them the employment. So we select some of the few and some of these things. So it is not only just an internship, it is a complete exposure to them in terms of all the area, including the export documentation formality, the export quality requirement, like the audits, FSSC, be it halal, be it kosher, be it SEDEX, all these exposures are given to them. So this is this thing. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Jadli. And friends, we've heard the industry perspective. Now, let us hear from our international colleagues to understand the international perspective of how other countries perceive the talent pool in India. And I would like to turn to Mr. Volker Klima. Mr. Klima, Indian food products are gaining visibility in Europe, and especially in countries like even like Germany. From the European business perspective, where is India earning genuine credibility in quality as well as credibility?
Hello. Hello. Yep. Well, first of all, thank you very much to NIFTIM and also Ministry of Food Processing Industry to have invited me here and to sit here together with you on the stage to discuss this very important issue about skilling. And maybe let me start actually with we all eat, we all drink. So from being a baby until we are just 1 second before death. So, and it's a day-to-day activity, but in all our common societies, it is forgotten kind of how important the agri-food industry is. So if we look at the agri-food industry, we also have to compare us with many other industries and also position ourselves. So I think also the food processing industry, at least also in Europe and in Germany, it's very much underestimated, a little bit sometimes even forgotten, although we eat and drink every day. So that's why I'm very happy that you put food processing on the stage. And also I was really inspired by what Ms. Tilsted said, referring to SDG 2, referring to the UN Food Systems Summit and the 2030 agenda. So we are talking about food in the right amount of quantity and also quality for all people on this planet. And actually that's kind of also the major objective and goal where we are heading and also focusing, and that we shouldn't forget in everything what we do, because it's a global objective, a global common purpose. And also when it comes to India now, food security plays a very important role in India, but also thanks to the agenda, to 2030 agenda, also now in Germany. So actually we are all requested to reflect on ourselves about food security and food safety. And here I want to jump into the German or European perspective towards India. Right now, the agri-food trade in between Europe and India is just about 0.6% of the whole EU agri-food trade. So it's very small, very, very little. And so also, as the minister rightly said, the mother of FTAs just agreed FTA between the European Union and India really paves the way to do more trade, but first of all, to bring India to the awareness of the European Union, because we still do not know much about India. Of course, in the recent years, a lot of migration about Germany, a lot of skilled laborers, professors, scientists, a lot of people came to Germany. We have about 60,000 Indian students at our university. And so also the requirements on the German and Indian markets are changing, but still the European quality standards, you just said aflatoxins and all these things, I'm to labor market and to enhance trade in the future. So we should not forget it's a long time learning process. So also we have these standards. And so after university, we also have to think about what courses can we provide. That's why also German, also our institutions, also European institutions provide particular courses and classes to Indian authorities to learn about rules, regulations, what is needed, testing, and all this. And right now, of course, India is very famous for rice, for spices, for tea, for fruits. All the products actually we cannot produce in Europe or in Germany. And even as we also have a growing Indian diaspora, these products are even more and more requested. And this question, are you veg or non-veg, becomes even more important even in Europe and in Germany, as we are going through a transition of our agri-food systems, and that includes nutrition, food, what do we eat? And actually let me finalize with some reflections, what and how maybe can be done. And actually I would like to add to what Mr. Dorbrial said, soft skills, NIFTIM, technology, entrepreneurship, management, that are the hard skill. Yes, okay, everybody should know it, it's the basis. They are the bricks of your career, but you have to glue them together, your bricks, and therefore you need soft skills. What do I mean with it? Soft skills mean communication. Communication, how do I talk to other companies? How do I talk with authorities? How do I talk with politicians? How do I talk with media, and so on and so far? And especially, well, there are conflicts, there are challenges. How do I act and talk when there is a division of interests? This is very important. And also what I have observed, once you speak to the companies, many companies, they after university, after deep diving into their work, they have forgotten the agricultural food policies and concepts which are on the table and available in India, in Europe. So many companies do not actually know in what political framework they're dealing, in what kind they're contributing to India policies, to India's objective. And I do not necessarily talk about rules and regulations, many companies now about this, but the strategies, how do they contribute also to the bigger goal, and at the end to the 2030 agenda? This is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klima. And we all certainly agree that soft skills is very critical component in training of the workforce and creating workforce for tomorrow. And certainly India, India, Europe, FTA would not just open opportunities to increase investment in trade, but also mutual exchange in terms of capacity building is certainly a great area that could be explored. Now I would turn to Mr. Roberto. Mr. Roberto, India and Brazil share scale, diversity, and strong global trade ambitions. From your perspective, where can our two countries learn most from each other, and what is the strongest potential collaboration for practical collaboration?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for your question. It's a very complex question because the similarity that Brazil and India has is concerned a lot of topics. And I will try answer you in a general way. I think that we'll have a great opportunity to make good tradings, especially because we have a complementary sectors. For example, we can have some species of nuts that you have here sent directly to Brazil and vice versa. But I think that most of a trading sector and the processors, and also when we're talking about the benefit, the manufacturing products, these points are very important for our Brazilian that have the reputation to have a good agriculture and post-harvest treatments. But most important point for us is continue this journey with sustainable, not in terms in economic, but also social and with a good impact for all the population of both countries. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto. Now I would turn to Mr. Amit Lohani from Forum of Indian Food Importers. FIFI operates at the intersection of global supply and Indian demand. From your perspective, where is India earning genuine respect in international markets, and where do gaps still remain?
Thank you so much. First of all, it's an honor to be part of this particular panel. I want to do a small survey because I see a few people sleeping, so I want to wake them up. How many of you consume pasta or have consumed pasta in your lifetime? Can we raise hands? Okay, that's almost about 95% of the people. Where do you associate pasta with? Which country do you associate pasta with? Italy. Fantastic. You know that 20 years ago, almost 100% of the pasta that you were consuming, except for certain varieties of macaroni which were being produced in India, were being imported from Italy. Today, the case is that 95% of the pasta consumed by every one of you, whether it is in a five-star hotel, whether it is in a restaurant, whether it is in a cafe, is produced in India. It's either produced in Madhya Pradesh or is produced in Indore. So the fear that the government normally has about international food is not, it's uncalled for. We understand barriers are absolutely there. I've heard, that we have both non-tariff barriers. India is also having a lot of barriers and non-tariff barriers, which a lot of these diplomatic missions talk about on a regular basis. And that is something that we work on, working with the government, making sure that these barriers are brought down. As far as the international food is concerned, we are growing at a pace which is phenomenal. We have a population of 1.4 billion people, out of which 300 million people are the middle class, which is the consuming class. We have a 20 million niche, that is the population of Australia. Imagine that you have a population which can consume the most expensive, the most exotic products in the world. And Indian produce is absolutely phenomenal as long as it is being produced by companies which understand what everyone is talking about, food safety, HACCP, very important. I cannot expect a European to eat a substandard product because I don't have a lab. I cannot expect a European to eat something of a lower standard because my production facilities are not aligned with them. When we import from any country in the world, or my members import from any country in the world, we make sure that we comply by Indian laws, and vice versa. When we export to any country in the world, it is the duty of their consumers or their government to make sure that the product conform by base standards. India is a signatory to Codex, which means that the standards are particularly aligned, and that is very important, that the education institutes like NIFTIM should make alignments with various international organizations to align standards to make sure that the highest quality produce goes from India. Anywhere in the world, wherever I travel, when I see Indian produce, there's a joy and there is a glimmer in my eye looking at those products, whether someone eating a samosa or eating a bhujia or papadums being served over there, which is great. And I believe that there is great potential for Indian produce, and Indian manufacturers, entrepreneurs have that capacity and capability. If all they need is the right source of ingredients, highest quality of ingredients to be provided to them, which can be domestically produced, because India has all types of conditions in terms of weather, soil conditions, climatic conditions, which allows us to produce a lot of those products which were earlier produced across the world and now which are being produced in India. We have examples of blueberry, we have examples of quinoa, which were all imported earlier, but now being produced in India by Indian farmers, Indian agriculture specialists. I think the opportunity is great for all the countries to work together to promote bilateral trade among the all the countries which are there.
Thank you, Mr. Lohani, and we certainly feel that it is the time for India to use its gastro diplomacy to make headwinds into various international markets. And friends, we've heard the industry perspective, the international perspective, and finally, it all boils down to the educational institutions. And with us, we have today Dr. Kamalkant Pant. He's a prominent hospitality educator and principal of IHM Pusa, New Delhi, with over 3 decades of experience. Dr. Pant, IHM Pusa has built a strong model of applied industry-linked education over the years. From your experience, what key lessons can food technology and food processing programs draw from this journey? And where do you see the greatest opportunity for practice-led learning to truly shape industry-ready food professionals?
Thank you, Mr. Sisodia, for your question. First of all, a great thank goes to the NIFTIM team for giving me this opportunity to be there on this August panel. You talked about the journey of IHM Pusa. For those of you who do not know about this institution, it is a 64-year-old institution established in 1962. And early years, we were developed by the Ministry of Agriculture, and we were extension of the Indian Agricultural Research of Nutrition and Catering. And our mandate was to increase or improve the nutrition profile of the labor in India so that they could match the productivity standards of the Western labor. But of late, the new challenges came up, and 20 years later, the reins of the institutions were shifted to Ministry of Tourism, which had really got, its act together. And you talked about the industry focused on need-based education. We have tried to evolve. We have tried to, match the needs of the industry. And for an institution of NIFTIM status, because we work in the same domain, we are still post-harvest technology institutions in our own rights. And there is a value chain right from where the food is being produced by the farmer. And to add value to this produce, which has been generated by the farmer with their sweat and toil, and get a very good market to that produce at home, maybe even abroad. I feel, there are some very good examples. There are some countries which have got wonderful gastronomic history. Italy comes to my friend Mr. Lohani talked about pasta, but there is not only pasta. There is cheese, there is ham and charcuterie, so many products are there. And you talk about an Italian chef, he would swear by the ingredients, and he would say it is just not possible to fix Italian food without the Italian produce. So he would want to prepare, that sauce with the pomodoro from Italy, the real thing. And likewise, Japan likewise has similar this thing. A Japanese chef would not like to work with ingredients which are not Japanese. And I would like to talk about another example, in our vicinity, Thailand. Thailand, in terms of the size, it is not a very large country, but the kind of cultural dominance that they have, in the culinary area, and lately Korea also for that matter, the kind of promotion they are doing about their food, their culture and everything. What I feel is going forward for institution like ours, I see, one of the links in the value chain, and institutions like NIFTIM and many industrialists, who are present here today.
By the way, Dr. Pant, I'm the student of IHM.
Wow.
1988 and 1999 batch.
So you are my contemporary. We are going to catch up on that. Yeah.
When the food technologist was really not known also.
It was not known, but I've spent my 4 hours every week in the food processing canning lab. I've made ketchup, I've made soft drinks and so many things. But coming back to where these things are coming, what I feel the kind of formula we want to propose for food processing industry is we do not need to only think about the products which can be consumed out of a bag. It is not ready for consumption. It cannot be, it need not necessarily be a snack. We can have a value addition and maybe we can give intermediary products. The kind of example I'm talking about is it is so much more convenient for people to fix idlis and dosas at home. You have this batter, which is ready out of a supermarket shelf you are bringing, and you are able to cook anything with it. Likewise, there are so many gravies, sarson ka saag or palak ka gravy or something with that. If those things are packaged nicely and made available to the people around the world, I think that is going to be a game changer for us. I know there are a number of good practices being initiated by the government. I've been invited by the IC, this Indian Council of Cultural Relation, and the Annapurna certification of Indian restaurants that they are doing globally. I think that certification is going to go a very long way. And recently, I hosted a program run by Trade Promotion Council of India in association with the IFCA in my institution. And we had that opportunity to train 20 international chefs. I had chefs from Australia and from different parts of the world. And there is a WhatsApp group, I'm still in contact with them. And the kind of good experiences these chefs are having serving Indian food to their people, and they're asking for recipes, and they're asking for these value-added products, which could be, made available to them in their own supermarkets. So what I feel is going forward, we need to, it is very criminal if the agricultural produce goes to waste. We are not in a position to pardon ourselves. So it is not only for saving the agricultural produce, but to make it preserve for sometimes used. A lot of variety could be given. People could be, given a better service by utilizing those kind of products going forward. And I think, how industry could match with the academia. I think academia, I look at academia industry interaction from the economic point of view. We all, whether we are part of academia or of the industry, we are the part of the economic ecosystem of the country. And if academia is investing money and producing graduates, and if they are not industry ready, and if industry is forced to work further on them, it is an economic waste for the whole economy. So I think the industry has to have some stake. They must spend some time in the academic institution, and vice versa. The kind of internship opportunities which are becoming available for the students while they are still enrolled in the college, I think that is going to go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pad, for sharing that interesting perspective of hospitality and the food processing industry. And certainly going forward for India to enable gastro diplomacy, both of these sectors need to work hand in hand. Friends, we come to the end of the first round of this panel discussion. And I would like to thank all the panelists for their valuable insights. Round one gave us clear diagnosis of where India's food processing talent ecosystem stands, the progress we have made, and the areas that need further strengthening. Now I would like to turn to each one of you with a specific forward-looking question where we can identify a practical implementable step, whether a policy lever, partnership model, curriculum reform, or industry initiative that can accelerate what we are working on. And I would ask all of you to be very concise in not more than 1 minute to share your inputs on the same. I would start with Mr. Bajaj. How can the knowledge of APIDA be systematically integrated into India's food technology training ecosystem?
Again, I would say the more and more interactions are required. We have more and more interactions because industry needs food technologists and food needs industry. So there has to be more and more, and accordingly the policy makers and who's are working at government level, including EPIDA, we need these instruments, these bodies to work in close coordination so that we identify each other's need, requirement, and accordingly we provide solutions. So this kind of a conference which is being organized and which is probably one of those steps. And I think we should have more and more such interactions as much as possible, and then we can address each other's requirement, provide a solution to that.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. I would like to turn to Mr. Rajendra Toprial. Could leading multinational companies like yours partner with institutions such as NIFTIM or IHM PUSA to co-develop industry-led modules on regulatory literacy and food safety?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think it will be a privilege actually to work with the NIFTIM or any other institution of that repute which are established to work actually for our future generation in developing those courses. Absolutely, absolutely. From Coca-Cola, we'll love to do that. But I think the better would be, in my opinion, to engage with some of the trade associations where every category of industry can participate. For example, Mr. Jadali is very active in AIFPA. We have, in FICCI and CII, we can do in any other forum where all categories, all categories of food can be done. Other way of doing it, maybe NIFTIM may consider, keeping some of us from industry in their, steering committee or somewhere where it can become actually a consistent process of, evolving that curriculum and giving feedback and, look forward. So certainly, actually, absolutely. It's a great idea. We should do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duprial. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Tyagi. Based on your experience in international organic markets and the kind of skill set that you see in India, what practical models or simple steps could help India's organic sector, especially these smaller players, expand their global presence?
Yeah. So this is the, first of all, like we have to work on agri-innovation. And to do that, we have to go for digital adoption where we can basically give some mobile apps to the students, researchers and all. So they should understand like where the crop is, what they can do, what the nutrition value is, and how you can convert those into different products. India, like we got a lot of institutes, IITs, NIFTIM, and we got a lot of like researchers here. But we don't have like very common practice of producing like innovative and organic products here. So we definitely need some sort of like global exposure. So I'll give you like very good example of like what we did. So we got one of the best facility into Canada, and it is very big. So we export almost like close to 500,000 ton of food grain to Asia. And what happens actually, so I was curious like where these food grain is going to. So we focus like lentils, yellow peas and all, and that was going to like yellow peas were going to China. So I basically tried to follow China where this product is going. So I went to China, look at the facility in Yantai, which was Qingdao, and I was asking them, what do you do with yellow peas? Oh, we make pea protein isolate. What do you do with pea protein isolate? Oh, we ship it back to Canada and USA. It goes back to you. And what is the leftover? Oh, leftover is starch. And what do you do with the starch? We make noodles and eat it. So that is very simple way of like basically how we can basically educate more and more, and that is only possible with government support. And that basically, so we have to have three-way partnership: government, academics, and industry, where we can focus on organic specifics and other products, like how we can get into the more agri innovation, which is being integrated by way of like integrating the crops and nutrition, other factors. And we have to understand this nutrition very well, how this nutrition basically is going to be affecting, like what the negative nutrition, what is the positive nutrition, and how we basically can get that, mitigate all that negative nutrition to improve the digestibility, and also we can basically go back to organic and or specific schools. So thank you.
Thank you. And it's very critical, I think, circular economy and nutrition perspective in food and fortification is also one of the critical areas that we need to focus on. I would like to turn to Mr. Klima. Germany's dual vocational training model is widely respected for its industry integration. How can you or your colleagues in the German embassy support partnerships between premier institutions in India and Germany to support structured training and skill collaboration in the Indian food sector?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm very happy because, as it was mentioned before, food is culture, and so a cultural habit in India and also in Germany is the perseverance of knowledge, of wisdom, and also technology innovation. So therefore, vocational training is major capacity building package we provide here in India, but also in many other countries and regions in the world. So we have a number of GIZ projects ongoing in terms of value chain development, post-harvest technology, but also rules and regulations and agricultural trade. So we are more than happy also to provide the linkages with the ongoing projects, but also, as I mentioned, food trade, food processing. It's a long-term, it's a live activity. So we also provide short-term on-the-job trainings where we can bring our food regulators also together with Indian authorities, where we can exchange capacity building activities. And also that leads me and brings me also to one of another soft skill, working together in a team, moderating, facilitation of international teams. This is also a huge activity and an objective of our joint collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klima. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Roberto, what would be your views in terms of promoting a joint certification program or student exchange between institutions of both the countries?
You mean certification SPS agreements? It's like this?
No, in terms of capacity building. Exchange program.
Exchange program. Yeah, certification is a very important point. And both countries should take into account that the most important point is use of the new technologies to do it. Not only certification, but all of things. We are using recently the e-certification that is provided by internet, and we use the artificial intelligence. But I would like insert in my 5 minutes, 1 minute I have. I think that I arrived in India just 5 days ago. And to be here in this university is the most precious gift that I have in all my life. I will explain why. Be at university is part of my entire life in Brazil. I'm not work always for the government. I come from a private sector. And the last 5 years, I devoted my life, not entire life, but half hour of my day, running a project of sustainable production for small scale farmers. This I believe that most part of you know that it's a hydroponic system. It's a basic for the fishes, and this cycling. And why I am telling about this, Ivek? Because this is pure technology come from the university. To do it, it's an insight and the soil-less technology. I produce animal and vegetal protein, but who teach me about this? University. They told me how is the temperature, how is the pH, how manage water pressure standards, pumps, and also the fishes arrive in this size, and it take almost 2 kilos. And the taste was very good. I ate my production because organoleptic sensations is also part of the research, and I am sharing this feeling with you because there is people used to say that in the future we will have issues with the family, but I am very optimistic regarding this because it is the technology spread by university and the initiatives like Mr. Harrington bring us promoting the UNVASH is the way to resolve most part of problems that you have in the world. And I truly have a confidence that we will overcome all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto. Now I turn to Mr. Lohani. FIFI holds valuable real-world market intelligence on buyer expectations, evolving standards, and emerging opportunities. How do you think this knowledge can be systematically integrated with food technology institutions?
I think it's important that the exporters and importers work with food technologists, institutes like NIFTIM, and make sure that we are able to integrate international standards with India. All the FTAs that have been signed in the last 1 year, which is almost 7, and we would see another 5 which would be signed. Now, all of them talks about India exporting to the world and India importing from the world. The bilateral business opportunity for both the countries and all the nations around the world will definitely open up a lot of scope for Indian producers, manufacturers to work closely, and institutes have to make sure that we are able to give them the highest quality product, because opening up the market is for the government to do. But at the end of the day, it is the duty and responsibility of the businesses and the exporters to make sure that our reputation, and which the minister spoke about in the morning, that it is very important to make sure India's reputation is taken care of. If he dreams of having an Indian produce on every table in the world, for that we need to make sure that we produce products of the highest quality for it to be able to reach that market with that kind of acceptability and trust. Today, anyone sitting in the room, if you are being told that this product is produced in Japan, the first thing that comes to your mind is it is going to be of high quality. Similarly, for Korea, the first thing that comes to your mind, it is going to be high quality. And it's not just food, any product. You talk of technology, you talk of batteries, you talk of any kind of innovative products. We always perceive certain countries with the highest quality. We also need to take India out of the realm of just being a mass producer. We need to promote ourselves as country which can produce high quality products, not just in clothing and automobile, but all other categories as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your inputs. Now I would like to turn to Mr. KK Pant. Sir, you've heard all of them. And finally, all this responsibility comes to you and Dr. Oberoi sitting here. So my question to you is, India's food sector ranges from large MNCs to smaller units and MSMEs in villages. How should the national skills framework be designed to serve this diversity without creating a two-tier workforce?
I think in the scheme of things which FIXI has, there are 10 levels. So I think we need to have adequate, capacity at every level. And maybe like there is a model of task analysis, how the jobs are created. Maybe at the highest level, you need more competencies, maybe about international laws, which we have to comply in order to be able to export to those countries. Those kind of competencies may be coming later. What I would like to say is maybe the education could be made more modular. Maybe there is a national education policy makes that possible now, that for somebody to start at a micro level, in a village level and small seasonal kind of a food processing, this thing, maybe there is one level of education, and when the scaling up of that is to be done, then more modular courses could be added. And ultimate thing would be, looking at globe as one market and trying to develop, product need-based, specific, customized to that particular market. So I think that will be a very good way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. Friends, with this, we come to the conclusion of this session. I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists for an exceptionally rich discussion. What has clearly emerged today is that the Indian food processing growth story is no longer constrained by infrastructure or intent. It is defined by capability. We heard that if the exports are rising, global markets are opening, and international partners are seeing potential. But we also heard that the next phase of growth will be determined by regulatory literacy, compliance depth, market intelligence, and industry integrated education. One message stood out: skills are no longer peripheral to trade, they are strategic infrastructure. What gives confidence is that the building blocks already exist: strong policy leadership, export. global collaboration opportunities, committed industry partners, and institutions like NIFTIM and IHM PUSA ready to innovate. The opportunity before us is integration, aligning policy, academia, and industry into one coherent talent architecture for trade. Thank you all for your insights and commitment to strengthening India's food processing ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and very rightly said. Yes, it is indeed evident that skill and education are the true engines of trade, driving India's food sector towards global leadership. We are indeed very thankful to our. We'd like to felicitate Mr. Rajneesh Tyagi, MD, Ghaziabad Organics Limited, Hapur. We are thankful to Mr. Amit Lohani, founder and director, Forum of Indian Food Importers. We would also like to felicitate Mr. Roberto Papa, Agriculture Tache Embassy of Brazil. We are also very thankful to Mr. Arun Bajaj from APIDA. Of course, extremely thankful to Mr. Gaurav Sisodia from Invest India. Ladies and gentlemen, can we keep cheering our panelists, please? We're also very thankful to Mr. Volker Klima, Head Agri and Food Division, Embassy of Germany. Can we keep putting warm round of applause? I always believe food brings more energy. So I need to see little more energy in all of you. We would also like to felicitate Mr. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal Secretary, IHM PUSA. We're also thankful to Mr. Rajendra. Okay. Mr. Raghav Jadli from Jadli Foods Limited. Shall we give him a mic? Yes, let's put a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we'd like to also very thankful to Mr. Rajendra Dobrial, Senior Director, Scientific and Regulatory Affairs, Coca-Cola. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final round of applause for this session. So can we put a bigger round? Thank you. Dr. Ray, please stand by. Can we have all our panelists for a group photograph? And I also request Dr. Hina and Dr. Asif also to come forward for the group photograph, please. We thank once again, and of course, last but not the least, we are very thankful to all of you for your time, for your presence, and for all the engagement And now I request Mr. Roberto Papa. Sir, could you please kindly stay back? We are very thankful that you had agreed to give us a short presentation on a very important topic. So may I request you to kindly present your subject, please? Thank you.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
May I request our audience to kindly stay back just for another 5 minutes, please? We have a very important presentation by Mr. Roberto Papa, Agriculture Attaché, Brazil, Embassy of Brazil. So kindly stay back for another few minutes, please. Please stay with us for another few minutes, please. Mr. Roberto Papa is presenting a very important topic here. May I request all our guests to kindly have a seat? Sir, may I request you to kindly have a seat just for a few more minutes, please? Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Thank you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, just to share with all of you, if you have any queries or questions, there is a QR code which is being circulated in all your groups. So you can actually pose your query and question on using that QR code. Your questions will be sent to the concerned person and you will receive the answer through an email. So we will make sure that all your queries, all your questions are being answered by the right person. So do use the QR code. Also do have a look at our exhibition. There's a live cookery show going on. I think from tomorrow and day after, there's going to be live cooking competition as well. So do have a look. And of course, do also enjoy the campus of NIFTIM. It's a beautifully built, self-sustaining ecosystem happening over here, from growing their own plants to processing and building.
problem. It's just a curiosity. Yes.
Do you want to speak or something? Do you want to speak? No, 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 no.
You can connect from only the laptop will be a problem. If you're comfortable with these things, then you can easily proceed. You may be facing the issue with the laptop. You've given it from the pen drive, no?
Legion, as we actually look into this very brief, short technical glitch, I would like to share with all of you that Anvesh 2026, as some of you might already be knowing, it has been designed as a convergence of policy, science, industry, and entrepreneurship, creating a platform where ideas translate into action. We really thank your engagement, your time, your patience, and your presence today. Moments like these also. All right, here we are.
Oh, perfect. How do I do it?
So this is to move forward, this is to move.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly? It's my pleasure continue the participation in this panel. As I make some reference, I would like share with you something that I learned at the university. As I told in my presentation, it was the last 5 years. I devoted half hour of my day and produce some experiments like a pilot with a that could be a very interesting solution for the production of vegetal and animal integrated in a system called aquaponics. In Brazil, we call it aquaponia. And the most important in this system, it is a process that uses the ejectus of fishes to fertilize the plants, and the plants clean the water, give back to the fishes, and is in the end of the cycle you have production of both food. And this is a great challenge as you needed to make a control of oxygen, ammonia, nitrogen, and the pH stability. And all of this, ladies and gentlemen, come from the good relation that I had with my university staff and professors. It's a process based on less water and no land arable land is required. It means you can expand this without using any hectare of forest planted. And you have, in my case, you can do it outside, but I used to do it inside. And sometimes you have to provide with artificial lights, depend on the plants that you are development. And the use of water is the most important point because in the region that I developed it, it's a very dry region. We have only about 400 millimeters per year, and not always we have rain. And the academic bring the solution for that, because instead of growers see to the sky asking for the rain, it's more easy. It's easily you provide the plants with a very rational quantity of the water. In my case, I used 1,000 liters vase of the water, tank of the water, and this water cycling during all the year. So you don't have loss in percolation, you don't have loss in evaporation. The water continues cycling. Of course, sometimes you need to make some reposition, but most part of the time, you have enough water. Besides, it's important to keep our production monitoring with the parameters that I gave in the beginning, and this monitoring also is provided as a kind of intelligence, not really artificial intelligence, but some procedures that the academy told me to keep the parameters proper, and also to supply food for the fish. And the result is a very healthy plant because they have all needs in terms of nutrition and water, of course, and great development of roots. And I tried it with several species, especially hortaliças, and also stamberries, pepper, not Indian pepper, because Indian pepper is so chilly. This is a sweet pepper. You can eat a lot, and it's not so strong as an Indian pepper. And also figs. That is, it's permanent tree, but depending of the architecture you use it to grow it, it developed very well. All of these pictures you are seeing come from my production. Well, this is the integrated production. The great point that I would like highlight as well is if the producer, small scale producer, wants just a fish production, is just a tank with water, and you make it cycling. Suppose that he wants also have plants, just integrate. And some or another possibility is use a decoration fish that have a very good price in Brazil, aggregated price, and this is aggregated value, and this is a good way to improve, to boost the economic result for the small scales. And the last point that I would like to highlight, that is, it's very, how can I say, you can use this in all of the world. In my case specific, before I leave Brazil, I should pass my experiment for another person to continue this. And they take all of them inside of this van and move on the production his farm. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. They put all inside, move on, and I called it yesterday. I am talking about our system hydroponic. How is it? It's very good, Roberto. It's very good. Why I am highlighting this? Because after you develop this, any place of the world, I move on in a small container, in a small van, very old van in this case, but we can put it in a container and send it to Africa.
North America, South America. It means independence of geographical. Regardless the geographic position, you can have this since you have the control of the parameters that keep the fishes and plants alive. And who give us the parameters? The university. I am very grateful for all support I receive of the academy to do it. And there is another point, important as well, that since the beginning until now, I never have one employer to help me. I do it by myself, using about 30 minutes in average per day, maybe some weekends, but it's not necessary. A hard guy, even a war horse old like me can do it proper and it take some fruits in the harvest. This is the point that I have talked. It's an integrated production, resource efficiency, independence, in my opinion, is the best one. The operation, no labor. If I can do it, believe all of them can do it as well. And versatility. During my experience, I use herbs, peppers, timbers, fish, and of course, figs, and of course, fish, not only to eat, but also ornamental fish. Food security, the culprit, this is my consideration. I would like to say just one point. Of course, I didn't do it. It's a AI presentation provided this for me, but behind the AI intelligence should be always a human intelligence. And again, the human intelligence are in university. Congratulations, professors, students, all staff. You are the great. You bring some solutions in the past, in the historical solutions for the health, industrialization, pollution, environment, and the food security and safe food, the solution for it. I'm trust that will come from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robato. It was indeed a very, very insightful, and thank you for sharing such a future forward technology with all of us. We really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our third session with this. We would take a very short break of 10 minutes, and please join us by 4:30 so that we are able to start our fifth session in time. We are slightly behind time, so please cooperate with us to maintain the timeline. Enjoy a very short tea break, and please join us back at 4:30 for our next session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the cup of tea. Well, welcome again after the post tea session. We have now moved into our fifth session of the day, focusing on digital technologies in food processing and supply chain management, a theme that sits at the core of efficiency, transparency, resilience, and global competitiveness in today's food systems. We are also very privileged to have an exceptional lineup of academic leaders, global researchers, and industry experts whose insights will help us understand how digital technologies act as true multipliers of productivity, sustainability, and value creation across the food value chain. And now we will take our session forward. For that, I would invite our session coordinators, Ms. Monica and Dr. Shekhar. I request Ms. Monica and Dr. Shekhar to kindly take the session forward. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the fifth and the last session of Day 1 Anyways 2026, which is on the topic Digital Technologies in Food Processing and Food Supply Chain Management. In today's rapidly evolving world, digital transformation is not just an option, but a necessity. This session brings together global experts, industry leaders who are shaping future of smart, sustainable, and technology-driven food system. So, to formally commence the session, may I respectfully invite our esteemed co-chairs, Professor K.S. Shekhar, Vice Chancellor, Cluster University of Jammu, and Dr. Ashish Sorakhia, Director, Public Policy, India Cellular and Electronic Association. We would like to have you on the stage, sir. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. Chandrasekhar brings over 28 years of research experience in management, education, research, and administration. Prior to this, he served as a professor and held key leadership role at the University of Kerala, including Dean of Management Studies, Registrar, Acting Vice Chancellor, and chaired multiple academic bodies. Dr. Chandrasekhar has supervised numerous PhD scholars, published extensively in high journal impact factors, authored books, and played a key role in academic program development and institutional governance. Under his leadership, the Cluster University of Jammu has advanced academic reforms, student welfare initiatives, and received national recognition for excellence, reflecting his commitment towards holistic educational growth. We heartily welcome you, sir. Moving on to our another prestige guest, Dr. Ashish Sorakhia. He is an academician and a public policy professional, especially in the domain of management and electronics manufacturing, respectively. Dr. Sorakhia has made significant contribution in shaping the policies which led to the electronics manufacturing revolution in India, especially MSIPs, EMCs, SPECs, PP, MII, PLI, ECMS. Dr. Sorakhia's professional journey spans over 2 decades. He holds a PhD degree in management. His academic journey is marked by extensive research work with numerous national and international publications. As on date, he is contributing as a Director, Public Policy at India Cellular and Electronic Association, overseeing public policy initiative to support the mobile and electronic industry in India. NIFTIM welcomes you, sir. So now I hand over the stage to both our co-chairs to lead the session ahead. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, I think very few, so you can hear me. Now, okay. This particular session is primarily meant for digital technology, specifically in the area of food processing, and also on supply chain management. We have a list of people who are here very eminent academician as well as industry participants to be part of us. I understand there will be presentation here and subsequently there will be online presentation also. And see, as far as this specific area is concerned, we are now moving very fast. Every day, new technologies are coming, replacing the older technologies. Food being a perishable one, how exactly you can manage that is going to be a major aspect. That's where the food processing comes into play. I still remember the time when we started a bachelor's program in food processing in our university way back. There was a hue and cry as to which particular faculty this has to be given. Nobody was willing to take it. Finally, we in the management field, we decided we will take food processing. And so it came under the faculty of management. And once it was formed, then the home science faculty came into picture. They said that we are going to have it with us. But then the university decided we will have another program. So they created food processing as a major program, handed it over to home science department, and food processing and management to management faculty. But now everything has been, we are now entering a stage where I understand from the last year, there is a separate faculty of food science has been created. So there is a lot of requirement, a lot of development which is happening in this particular field. And in order to survive, what is very important is what value you are going to give to the customers. Now that's where the supply chain management became an important aspect, and at the same time, digital transformations have played a key role in it. Now, if you look at the Indian food processing industry, it's almost at a transformational juncture. And we are looking at as what we could hear from the presentation by the speech, very eloquent speech by our Honorable Minister. It's very clear that it is driving the economic growth. And statistics are clear, and it says clearly that it is projected to reach US $735.5 billion by 2032, which itself augurs very well for this particular industry. Now, getting basically into technologies, India has been on the forefront of technology. I'll not take much time because we have other major people to come in and speak. We've been very much into technology and we are developing in technology. And now we are focusing more on how the technology can be utilized in various fields of our primary activities. We have become a leading exporter of value-added food products, catering to both traditional as well as global markets. We have focused primarily on the ethnic and organic Indian foods. Now, there are a lot of new developments which have happened, starting with Internet of Things, blockchain technology, how they have actually changed the way you are looking at the supply chain management. A lot of sensors, which in IoT has provided a lot of new facilities, including real-time monitoring and at the same time, storage conditions. And naturally, these particular technologies are going to be the backbone in the years to come. And one thing which I would like to say here is that what we have listened to many of the presentations is that our losses of post-harvest are the one which is actually affecting us due to inefficiencies in storage as well as supply chain management. And we have on that specifically, we have a professor from Israel who will be talking in detail about this. And we are also looking at how exactly the all-weather roads, rural connectivity can further develop and ensuring that products, including fruits, vegetables, and dairy products, could reach the masses. And one other thing which we need to look at in terms of SEM is that there are three major areas if you're trying to focus more on that. I would like to talk from that particular perspective. is that there are main areas including operation system responsiveness, logistics, which is very clear, and supplier network responsiveness. If you are able to work out properly using information sharing, cycle time, compression, and continuous process flow, definitely such changes can happen. And with the Industry 4.0, which has come in set in, we need to integrate technology along with this for supply chain management. And I'm sure we will hear literally from the horse's mouth on what developments which are going to happen in this particular thing. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, as rightly mentioned by Professor Chandrasekhar ji, technologies to start with, like everyone knows, you people knows more about how to increase the efficiency in agricultural practices, in food processing, and ultimately like the approach from farm to fork. So it starts, digitization starts right from even before sowing the seeds. So you understand the soil, the nature of the soil, the constituents, the moisture, what type of fertilizer and treatment it needs, what degree of moisture is required, and how persistent it is required by that. So my context of discussion is how to digitize, that is one thing, how to manufacture those machines and digitization techniques in India. So I am from ICEA, India Cellular and Electronics Association. You must be hearing about mobile manufacturing since last so many years. So means don't means adhere it with some political background, but in 2014-15, the mobile manufacturing in India was around 15,000 CR or 18,000 CR. We can say some 2.5 to 3 billion dollars per annum. As on date, in last one decade, with so many policy interventions, this has gone to 64, rather the new figures, new data says $67 billion in India. So this is one thing wherein we have scaled the manufacturing, that too of high-tech items. You know the brand, you know everything. Apple is the largest manufacturers in India of mobile phone along with Samsung. So that is there, and we are exporting some 24-25 billion of mobile phones every year. So this is one thing wherein adoption of technology, getting it done, manufacturing, everything is getting done in India. Similarly, after once this electronic and mobile manufacturing has taken its own stride, one drive, we are now focusing on manufacturing the devices, equipments which goes into agricultural processing. The first assignment we have taken is of color sorting machines. So ICEA along with NIFTIM, Ministry of Food Processing, and Ministry of Heavy Industries, CMTI, the body which does this, and Ministry of Electronics. So we have made a project of manufacturing high grade color sorting machines, weight sorting machines, shape sorting machines in India with the help of CMTI. And all of this is being done and coordinated by us and supported by primarily by NIFTIM only. So the if you go to the modalities of color sorting machines, it has some 1500 ejections per second. That machines 1500 ejections per second. So what type of rice is coming, right? When it enters into the machine, it identifies what is the color of the rice, the optical sensors, the cameras, everything find out, identify what is the color of the rice, which has to be ejected later, maybe 3 feet down. Then the sensor, optical sensors controls the trajectory, sends it to the ejector, and ejector through compressed air ejects it out. So this is a very high tech technology, primarily dominated by China as on date. Initially, they purchased these items from Italy, from France, many European countries, and re-engineered it, redesigned it, and today they have more efficient machines than anywhere in the world. And we are importing some 6,000 CR of these machines every year, just to increase the efficiency of our food items, the fruits, the rice, the grains, destoning, everything. So along with adoption of the technology which is developed anywhere in the world, that is highly appreciable. In any case, that is creating value addition in our food processing industry. The second important responsibility of the ministry, of the institute, and the people like us to develop these machines in India. So we are doing this. My background is not agriculture. As sir mentioned that he also started from management. We are also, my academic journey started from management also. And then I went into policy advocacy, and now I'm feeling like I can do something for the nation. So to stop this, we would like to invite the more relevant and
Yeah, natural.
experts of the industry.
Yeah. So can we have Professor Avital Bechar? Professor Avital Bechar is Senior Research Scientist and Vice Director for Research and Development at Volcani Institute. He is a former head of the Institute of Agriculture Engineering at Volcani Institute and a professor at Ben Gurion University. He is also an adjunct professor in the School of IE at Purdue University, USA, and his PhD is in Industrial Engineering. He is a founder and head of the Agricultural Robotics Lab at IAE, and he conducts research in robotics for agriculture, human-robot, collaborative systems, sensors, labor reduction technologies, and author of more than 100 articles and several patents. In fact, he is the chairman of Israeli Society for Agricultural Engineering and a co-founder of the Israeli Robotics Association, a senior member of IEEE Robotics and Automation and IEEE SMC societies. Definitely a lot of things to say. He has brought his presentation, which includes not only the presentation, it has videos attached, and so we would like to hear from you as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me here. I'm very excited to be here. This is my first time in India. I will talk about the synergy between agricultural robotics and AI for smart agriculture and post-harvest processes. I will start with a few slides about my institute. I'm sure that not all of you are familiar with it. Volcani Institute is a governmental research institute for agriculture. It is the research arm of the Ministry of Agriculture, and today is the largest institute in Israel conducting research in agriculture. Going back a few years, we get a reward from UNESCO on excellence for and contribution for mankind and food security. And based on the Shmuel Neiman report, we were ranked third by scientific indexes in comparison to similar organizations worldwide. At Volcani, we have about 170 research groups dealing with all aspects of agriculture, from engineering to post-harvest. And you can see it here. These are the pillars, the scientific pillars of Volcani Institute. And there is an institute within Volcani for post-harvest and food sciences. So we will be very much eager to collaborate with other similar institutes. We also have 4 transverse themes dealing with increasing agricultural productivity under climate changes, reducing agricultural produce loss, cyber agriculture, and agroecology. And going now to my main topic regarding smart agriculture, which is also considered as agriculture 4.0. It is the emerging concepts of robotics, IoT, AI, sensors, and etc., to create something else in agriculture. The combination of all of them create the smart agriculture together with precision agriculture. It's some kind of an evolution of precision agriculture. I will start with the first project. This is not dealing with the post-harvest processes, but we are developing a selective weeding robot, and we are focusing on 3 objectives. The first one is to develop the weeding tool that will be sustainable based on an electric shock it gives to the weed. The second, the robotics, navigation, and path planning. Electrified it. I don't know why the picture is upside down, but we'll see that we are closing an electrical circuit with the weed and causing the loss of a turgor pressure, and that destroy the weed. We conducted several experiments on the technique itself, the profile of activation, and so forth, and come up with an optimal profile that with 1 second we can eliminate a weed. Then we develop a robotic platform that you can see here, mounted on it a manipulator, a Cartesian manipulator, and then move to develop the classification algorithms to distinguish between weeds and crop. And you can see here images taken from a hyperspectral camera. You see on the right how the image look at different wavelengths. We analyze the images. I will not get into details here, but the idea was to find minimum number of bands that can do the classification and develop the algorithms, and that way we can produce a multispectral camera which is very cheap and work in real time. As you can see here, this was created in-house. We mounted it on the front side of the robot, conducted the classification with this camera, and you can see here some of the experiments of integration, all components, and research. I will move now to the second project that deals with evaluating or predicting the time for ripeness in avocado fruit based on images taken on the harvest day. Not on the tree, but on the line in the packing house. So what we should know about avocado fruit is that, to my knowledge, this is the only fruit that don't ripe on the tree. It needs to be picked, and then the ripening process starts. Secondly, we cannot distinguish between colors and appearance of different fruits. They all looks the same, and there is very weak aroma profile that also we cannot use it to distinguish between the time for ripening. Now, if you pick an avocado from one tree on the same time, one fruit will ripe in 4 days, the other one will ripe in 14 days. And we cannot see it before. And it has many logistics and management circumstances for the farmer. So our objective is to develop a methodology and a system that will be mounted on the production line, and when the fruit will pass under the system, it could categorize them to different days. We conducted an experiment with about 400 avocado fruits from the cultivar Hass, which is the most common cultivar. It was taken from 6 different farms and 2 growing seasons, and we use 2 hyperspectral cameras, one in the veneer range between 400 to 1000 nanometers, the second one in the SWIR range between 1000 and, in our case, 2350 nanometers, and conducted an experiments and prepared the experiments. We design a step, a more uniform illumination and depth. This is the experiment apparatus. We have the hyperspectral cameras mounted on a robotic arm, facing the table with the avocado on the stands over there. And we have an air conditioning in order to, since all the illumination cause extensive heat. And this is how it's done. You see here the two cameras mounted on the robot is scanning. This is a push broom camera, meaning you have to scan the area in order to get the image, the hyperspectral image. And then we analyze the images. We divided the images to a single fruit and defined 6 regions of interest. One is the entire avocado, an average of the entire avocado, the 2 strips in the middle of the avocado, and 4 areas from top to bottom. These were the indices that the algorithm were regard to. Then we divided the data based on times for harvesting, because in parallel to that experiment, we tested each fruit every day, what is his ripening stage and when he's reached full ripening. And you can see it here on the results. At first, we divided it into 2 groups and then to 3 groups, because you have to balance the number of fruit in each group. We tested 3 machine learning algorithms and 1 neural network, a deep learning model. Regarding the validation, we used both SKF, meaning that we choose randomly which fruit are for the training set and which fruits are for the test sets. In our case, we also use FKF, or what we called farm K-fold, because there are differences between the farms. So this is much more hard to do or to achieve good results in that way, but it is the right thing to do because we don't know all the time all the information from all the farms. So we train the algorithms on 5 farms and test on the 6 farms, and then change each time the farm that is the test set. The results show us that, well, I'm showing you the machine learning algorithms, that first of all, we can reach pretty good results. This is a balance accuracy, and F1 is another measure of accuracy that gives us above 90% correct classification. The best results achieved with, with XGBoost, some kind of an extreme random forest technique that uses 9 bands, which are here, and we can now develop or design a multispectral camera on the specific bands that will work in real time. Okay, moving to the last project that I want to show, which is a main issue in Israel and worldwide, is a disease called TOBRFV, some kind of a tomarovirus in tomatoes, cucumbers, etc. And this disease appears on the plants themselves, but also in seeds. And we found out that the infections starts with the seeds, and if we can stop it in the seed stage, we can improve very much the process. So the idea again here is to develop a system that will detect the infected seeds and will succeed to remove them from the line. First of all, we prepared the data. You can see here my master students, one of my master students working on putting the seeds on trays. We used 30,000 seeds, half of them infected, half of them healthy, in 2 batches from 2 different seasons. And we used the same cameras as before. These are the cameras that I have in my lab. And after taking the images, and I want to show you here that, remember that the illumination is not the same. Although you will try to have a balanced or equal illumination, it is very difficult to reach it in hyperspectral imaging. So after taking the images, we crop single seeds and create 30,000 images of single seeds. Each one was already labeled. In order to cope with different illuminations, we normalize it in a technique of normalizing it in a not important band. I will not give the details now, but you can see how the variability was the raw spectrum, and this is after normalizing and removing the effect of different illuminations on different seeds.
Can we conclude that it's possible?
Okay, I will move to the results. We develop a technique to select the right bands for the task. And you see here that XGBoost gave, again, the best results. And we can achieve up to 98% of correct classification. Okay, so last thing is that we are now working on robotizing the process with a robotic arm that detects the seeds and laser them and destroy them on the tray. So this concludes my talk. We can say that agricultural robots are, first of all, some kind of an IT platforms. They do some kind of an action, but they also collect enormous amount of data. And putting together agricultural robots and precision agriculture and AI and sensors give us something new in agriculture, something like the smart agriculture. And for non-destructive analysis, the combination or the integration of hyperspectral imaging and machine learning or AI algorithms are enable non-invasive analysis of the produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vital Vichar. Your thoughts and your research study is really very, am I audible? Yes. So we need to learn more from Israel and agricultural practices. And these findings are very useful for the industry. Now I would like to invite Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan. Yes, yeah, please. So Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan is an Indian scientist and academician. He is trained in chemical and food engineering at Anna University and Logberg University as a Commonwealth scholar. His expertise spans from nanotechnology and advanced processing. His scientific excellence has earned major honors, including Rashtriya Vigyan Shri Award 2024, the ICAR Rafi Ahmed Kedwai Award 2019, the Tata Innovation Fellowship, and multiple national science and design recognitions. Most recognized fellow among panelists, I believe. Though interdisciplinary innovation and leadership, he advances sustainable food processing, agricultural technologies, and industry-relevant scientific solution for societal impact. Welcome, Dr. Saab. Please proceed with your
Thank you, sir.
invaluable
Thank you so much for your nice introduction. Can we go for my slides? Yeah, today I'm going to talk about recent advances in applying the digital application in the food processing. Food processing, you know that the value chain starts from the production, processing, packaging, distribution, marketing, both local and domestic and as well as international market, and customers' choices, then sustainability. You may be asking question, what is that sustainability is comes? Morning also they discussed. If you look at greenhouse gas emission, food system contribute 26% of the total greenhouse gas emission, whole value chain of our food system. The total vehicles on the road contributing 23%. That's what we need to think. Whatever we are cultivating, whatever we are processing, whatever comes to our plate, sustainability is play a role. And the packaging, that contribute 40% of the waste generated in the total waste, the food system. Either municipal solid waste, wherever you take the solid waste, it comes from there. More than anything else here, whatever you ordered online, either biryani or chapati, whatever ordered, minimum it has to be traveled by 5 kilometers to 2 kilometers. Carbon footprint and what is the waste is coming on packaging, covering, then one more cover, all this waste added on what you are eating. That's what sustainability and packaging, all these things are important in the present scenario. India, yes, we are reaching the third largest economy, now is the fourth. But our Honorable Prime Minister dream of making India as the world food basket. Today morning, Honorable Minister also mentioned about that. Is it possible to achieve? It's a big dream, but big gap is there. Right now, we are world number 1 and 2, most of the agriculture commodity, but we are not doing the good business in the world trade. If you look at the net production, more than 1 billion tons, all put together, rice, wheat, maize. But import and export, if you look at that difference, we are exporting 48 billion worth of the commodities, including the processed food, but import is 32.8 billion. Until we are double that export, reduce the import less, we can't become a world food basket. But it is possible, what I said earlier, the only industry in India growing more than 10% last 12 years. No other industry growth rate more than 10% in the last 12 years. Look at the predictions. They are predicting, this is a KPMG prediction of 1,200 billion, but right now they are telling about 800 billion. Some data is telling 530 billion. Forget about all these things, almost close to on an average, we are doing the business of 600 billion in India. We are producing the rice 137 million metric ton and wheat is 113 million metric tons. Yes, but look at the business what we are doing. We are exporting, agri export is of 48 billion. If you calculate the world percentage of that contribution is 16%. Thailand is 49 billion, contribution is 56 billion. Malaysia is 34 billion, 60%. Netherlands in 153 billion, contribution is 46. Look at except India and all the country, why I picked up is smaller country than us. For example, one small state of Haryana, Tamil Nadu, or that. But they are doing much, much higher than India. Even they are not producing the commodities what we produced, what I given the statistics here. This slide clearly demonstrated where is the gap. Gap is the huge gap. We are not able to fill that gap. If we are able to fill, then it's possible to make India as the world food basket. I took some data to give that argument, yes, true. If you look at the import and export, what the commodity, I'm not going for the processed food. Look at the commodity, either vegetable oil, pulses, fresh fruits or sugar, continuously we are importing. That is what the contributing earlier I said 38 billion. Export, yes, we are doing the rice. Rice we started export now. Earlier only basmati rice. Now other commodities we are doing it. Normal rice, sugar, fruits and vegetables. Processed food, if you come, the total I said 48 billion. Out of which our sector is contributing 11.2 billion, which is almost 23%. If you go back, that breakup of that 23%, the processed food, where we are doing the business. Look at this slide, import and export of processed food. Still, we are importing alcoholic beverages, cocoa product, coffee, tea, cereal preparations. This is the big concern. We have world number 1 and 2 cereals, but we are importing the processed cereal, breakfast cereals. Everything we are importing and including the processed fruits and fruit juices. I'm not bothered about export. Yes, we are doing good. We are improving, but we are not done much of the export. I'll give one more slide to give a little bit more interesting factor here. It's the biggest market. That's what mother of all deals we are talking are the US deal. Look at here, two sector. One is the US and Europe. What they are importing in the processed food. US, cereal preparation, cocoa product, edible preparation. The whole slide, only one place India is there, which is oil seeds. That too only 1.2 billion worth of the product only they are importing. This is the what we are missing the link. 2 NIFTIMs are there, many agriculture institutions are there, all we are working, we are not able to fill. Even Thailand, even Ivory Coast, what they are doing, we are not able to do that. That technical gap, that quality, what that customers want, we are not able to do that. One more example I can give, around 2017 to 20, that period of time, whole Europe imported the biscuit worth is 3.7 billion rupees, but dollars. In India, contribution is only 2.1 million. So less than 1% of that. We produced highest amount of the wheat, almost 115 million tons, and 270 lakhs sugar. What is the problem making into the biscuit? Problem is, what is the customer need there, the quality, the packaging, all are important. That's what food technologies are important, and how to go forward. One is that new product development. Today in the new era, you make any new things, yes, people accept. That's what new development, and how fast you do, how fast you can take it into the market. Then optimization, how much you can reduce the processing conditions, reduce the waste, reduce the carbon footprint, each and every unit operations. Then product quality, traceability, all these things are important. Who can help to do that? One is that minimize the R&D time. The runaround time is the important, and automation, the whole automation should be happen, and IoT based sensors and traceability. Without traceability today, you can't talk about exporting your food product. I will give the, because of 15 minutes time, whatever the possible to another 10 minutes time, I will try to complete it in the digital era, what we can do. Still this data will be very much interesting, 25 to 30, how much growth. Digital platform will grow more than 80%, you can look at, and total growth our average is 70%. We are expecting 150 billion size of the market in agri food alone. And look at that, what are the technologies going to dominate in this field is, one is the AI obvious, another one is that energy and sustainable technology around the food system. You can see that one is the AI analysis, cloud computing, blockchain, digital twin, all this for agri and food industry, what I quoted there. And how we are going to use it, I'll take it only 4 example to give some glimpse of the students are there here and the industries are there, how to do that. One is the new product development. If you look at the new product development, 3D footprinting can come. When we started working in 2017 in NIFTIM Tanjavur, I thought of this going to be a revolution in another 3-4 years time. But unfortunately, we are not able to do. A lot of problems are there in 3D footprinting. One is that, yes, it's a good for the customization. We can make it whatever you want, but long way to go for achieving that. But now AI has come. Definitely, I'm confident another 2 years, 3D footprinting will be there in everywhere. And then market trend is growing. And we brought, that's the printer what we developed, the India's first indigenous printer we developed at NIFTIM Tanjavur. And we brought the first scientific paper in the country. But that's what I said, that we are not able to penetrate the way what we wanted. Still, we are number 2 next to US and China is there, but we wanted to go further down. You can see that you can make that chicken and butter mushroom. Chicken does not have the fiber. So if you put it, hello, at 17% fiber and 10% protein. So it's possible to do. That's what 3D printing has come, and 4D printing, it is another way of looking into that. For example, pasta. Pasta is the twisted one. You make the flat one, when you put the hot water or milk, it twists. Then you put the tongue, it looking into the hand. When you're looking into that, it may be the yellow color. When you come to your hand, it's become a white color. When you go to the another place, so this is the what convenience and the how you present the food. So 4D printing and 5D printing will come to that type of class. So that's what we brought 2 books. One is the 3D printing and 4D printing. I'm proud to say that this is the world first book on both. Indians, we written the book, and it covers entire spectrum of how to make that food ink and how to print. Now we are working for astronauts to print in our space station. Already we are very closely working with the VSSC, and we are trying to print the food at our space. NASA has developed the printer, but they are not revealed anywhere else, but we try to do the similar one with the support of ISRO. Very soon we can do that. Now we come to that 3D printing with the AI. What AI can do that? This is the what earlier printer and now printer what we are developing in our lab. You just give about last 1 week your food habits. Every day you have to record in your mobile app. It goes there. So that will calculate what you like. Okay, Monday morning you like a cereal type of product, or you want an afternoon egg. All will be stored. If you come to that, your printer will be print whatever you like to do that. You no need to wait for that. That's what we try to do. It goes very close to the personalized way of doing it. So that's what in our lab we try to link your personalized food along with the AI tool to customize your food very close to that. I think once this has come, it may be possible to make it a more close to the industry scale what we wanted to do that. That's what I want to give. Then quality evaluation is the another one. Most of the AIs working on quality control, food sorting and grading. Sarah has mentioned about that. Business also growing. CSIR NIST is it in Trivandrum. We are working on interdisciplinary science. We are extensively using AI tool in our institute. One is that early detection of the cancer. Cancer is a lot of cancer everywhere you can look at. But detection of the cancer when you give your blood sample to the wherever you go there. What we did, we take the blood sample. There itself, you can find out 5 types of cancer. We made AI tool and we extract the plasma, we use the Raman spectra substrate we developed, but the tool will help us to analyze and tell that it is that. And already we screened more than 1,000 patients. ICMR and Adair Cancer Institute support us, but we need to do that extensive study, more than close to 10,000 sample to be confirmed this works. The second one is that anemia detection, that also we are working AI tool. And Kerala Rivers AI tool we use to see that mineral mapping, we are doing it. And other things, today I am going to give some of the glimpse of that one. Microplastics, we are discussing everywhere. Everywhere microplastics are there. You may be aware of that 2 weeks back. Chennai High Court has told you have to print microplastics are present in water bottle, milk, everywhere. Think about it going to come to our industry. We have to start our food industry. Because whole world we are not able to print, why India has to do. There's some responsibility within us because we don't have the standard method to do that. Yes, we are taking 5 grams of microplastics every week, equivalent to 1 credit card size we are taking. But how to avoid? It's not possible at all because everywhere plastic bottles are there. These are the 2 reports may be interesting for the students. One is that Nature Medicine has come last February. Microparticles are accumulated in the human brain. Very well demonstrated. You can read that paper. You can amazed to see that how this particle traveled to the brain. The second paper, interesting one, European Commission has taken
10 years of the block from 2015 to 25, 1,700 papers. They analyzed, they said none of the methods are proven to be detect the microplastics. Somewhere they are telling the 1,000 particles, same method, another method is telling only 10 particles. That is the problem as a scientist, we are not able to do that analysis within us. That is the what we are not able to give a very clear concrete evidence to the court to consider as a food industry request not to do that. What we did in our lab, as a food technologist, I can't keep silent for something happening, even though this is not in my area, but I started working on that to develop the method. One is that fluorescence method, you know that you put the dye, Nile red, it will attach with the polyethylene or polypropylene, anything, so we can find out, simple. But there only the problem false fasting will come. One thing we can go for Raman spectra, surface enhanced Raman spectra, but each sample it takes 8 hours and very few experts are there in the country to do that. Can we merge these two things? That's what we tried. We used the AML method. We trained the model. You give the input data, then output data, you can model it. You can get even fluorescence microscope, but get the results of validated with the Raman spectra. That's what we tried. We are going to publish that paper very soon. You can use it, the same model what we have done. But this is the another surprising to you. We collected I masked the brand name, Milky Water, and 3 brands. What is the name you call it, the number 1 brands in the country? Raman spectra and fluorescence and ML based method. You see the difference. 18 particles, brand owned. It goes for the our method, it comes for the 2, 13 particle, 3, 18 particle, 3. This is what the problem with the methods. We are not able to find out which method will give the better. But one thing is sure, microplastics are present in our drinking water. That's what I said, 5 grams of microplastic water. This is the milk. We collected the milk in the local market, different brands. Again, you look at 15 particles are there, one brand, another one 11, but our method is predicted 736 particles. And we are also using the same method, GCMS, along with FTR. GCMS is a difficult method. AML will help to do that. Use the FTR method to find out whatever the adulteration happening in the oil can be do with the AML method. Another techniques where I am using that extensively this, you know that method of analyzing all your nutrient. One is that XYO model, animal model. These are the existing human digestive method, artificial human digestive system. This is approved by the FDA TNO system in Netherlands. But we don't have that such type of system. 10 years back, I started doing the research at CFTR. I mastered into the 3D image. This is the first 3D printed stomach, what you are seeing there. And this is what normally happening in the stomach. The contraction takes place, your food particle moves there, and the pyrolytic is opens, it goes to the intestine, there only absorption takes place. We recreated the stomach mechanically. But the problem is that the designing of the stomach, even though MRI image gives, but the contraction point you have to fix it. For that what we did, we put the CFD modeling. Then how the particles moves, how the emptying rate takes place. For example, you take the water, emptying takes place 1 hour. You take that very highly soup or the apple along with that, it takes 2 hours. If you take the meat, it goes for the 5 hours. So that emptying decides your glucose releases from your stomach to intestine. So that can be calculated using the computational modeling. You can see that when you increase the viscosity just in the computer itself, you know the particle movement is less. Particle movement goes less, disintegration will be less, because pyrolytic will open when particle size become a 2 mm size. So that can be calculated using this CFD modeling. That's what we did. And we validated with the MRI image. You can see that we given the apple different sample like in vivo method 40 to 50 years and 20 to 30 years. You can see the emptying rate is validated. ARK system and both is validated. Right now the system is with us. But you may be asked one question, sir, is it possible to recreate a human digestive system? Digestive system is equivalent to your brain. But if we can't do that, but we can go very close to that. That now AML will help little bit more flexible. For example, here you can see that initially we got result just opposite that. Our prediction value of glucose And what is that natural glucose value? Like you can see that blue color line. That's what it comes. Glucose goes up, it comes down 2 hours after the meal. But it goes like that 0. Because when you are fasting, your body always has the glucose. The system does not have like that. So we put that glucose model and the insulin factor then comes to that. So that's what this modeling and AML helps to do that. Now this system is right now available at CSA and NIST. Very soon, this I am going to make a commercial one. I published most of the things, but nobody is trying to make it replicate the system. Just now I told Komal ma'am, you can buy this system. Very soon, I am going to make a commercial system. Anybody can have it that one to do animal studies, other than animal studies. I am completing the last portion. This is what we are doing it, and simulation studies, due to time limit, I am not going for very detailed. You can see that beer bottle simulations without putting in the sensors in each beer. You can simulate in the computational modeling, again spray drying. You can see the particles, what is the temperature, what is going on. If CFD modeling, this took nearly 30 hours for me to solve one problem. But now, the same input you can give to AML, that model development, what we are doing it, you train the model ML, the input data, whatever you give, the particle size, the flow rate, everything, that will map with the existing predictions. You will get exactly what you want. You don't need to wait for 20 hours. Within 1 hour, you can get that. That's what it helps us to optimize our processing conditions. And supply chain monitoring, they talked about blockchain. US has invested heavily on blockchain, but cost is too high. But now AML has come, we can modify that. CSA and NIST, we started developing our own blockchain. So this is we developed for the blockchain for the millets. From the farmers to the market, we try to map. 100 farmers, different part of the map, we developed our system. It's predicted well. Then coconut, now we started working with the coconut. For example, coconut oil, you get it, just you see the QR code, scan it from which form this coconut plugged, which date, even soil condition, what is the fertilizer they used, when they transported, every data you will get it before get. So this is the what blockchain will help us to do that. The whole system has developed by us. We are working with that. The same blockchain now we are putting into the salt. Salt is the one of the culprit for taking the microplastics to us. So we wanted to see that where this microplastic really migrates. So we are using the blockchain mechanisms to trace this microplastic migration throughout the value chain. At the last, this is the last 2 slides. This I am not added morning. One of the student just entered into the NIFTIM. He came and told me, sir, you are the one sent that video. One video as I posted and minister has shared, then it's become many people are talked about that. If you look at India as the 67% anemic average, 33% men and 50% women and 60% children are anemic. You look at that diabetes, 100 million populations are diabetic, 1 in 9 people in India is diabetes, and look at their rice eating states. Highest diabetes in Kerala. They takes all 3 times rice only. Morning put to afternoon again rice, night again parota and rice. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, you go that coastal, exactly the same, you can replicate a mirror image of the diabetes. So can we solve these 2 problems in the single stroke? That's the idea. And look at the protein market is increasing because everybody wanted to take more protein. At the same time, oats. In India, per year, we are importing 75,000 tons oats. 15 years back, we never heard about oats in our country. It comes from Australia and other places, and they are calling about low GI product, but its GI is 62. Can we supplement that? That's the idea. I got a Tata Transformation Prize. That prize money I invested on this research. We developed the designer rice. That rice has the highest amount of the protein, say 20% of the protein. Normally, rice has the only 8% maximum, and we increased to 20% protein. We brought down glycemic index less than 50. That's the rice we developed at CSA and NIST. This has been released as the CSAR rice to the Tata consumer product last 2 weeks back. That's what everywhere people are talking. Hope within a 3 to 4 months time, this product will come to the market, and you also try to eat and tell us how it goes. See why I'm telling this one. It's a purely engineered rice. The broken rice comes from the rice mill. Rice mill only 70% will get the head rice in. 20% waste, 30% waste. That waste rice we have taken, we made it as another rice which has the higher protein, low GI. That's what we have done. Future is depends on what we do present.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
Always think about it. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan. Wonderful presentation where you started with the food value chain. You went on to talk about what is the way forward in terms of moving in terms of food processing. You clearly touched upon the technology areas. Please come, where you started talking about 3D. I have heard of 3D printing, but now the first time I'm hearing 4D printing from your side. And one thing which is literally becoming a problem for us, the microplastics. Now we don't know what to take, that sort of a problem we're now facing. But I think that the last one, which is going to take care of the diabetic issues, that's very good. Now the research from your side has been excellent. And thank you very much for all your presentation, including the impact of AI and ML models. Now, can we have Dr. Maria? Dr. Maria is a professor of equipment for food processing at the Department of Agriculture, Food, Natural Resources and Engineering at the University of Foggia, Italy. And she has completed a certificate program in post-harvest technology at the University of California. And she has pursued University of Foggia. She has been involved in a lot of activity, including the research on fresh cut fruit and vegetables, and published more than 140 publications. And she is currently the coordinator of doctoral program at the Department of Agriculture, Food, Natural Resources and Engineering at the University of Foggia, Italy. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I also want to thank Dr. Parekh and all the convener and organizer for inviting me today. I also thanks the previous speaker, because I think my talk will be complementary to that one. We integrated a lot. Yes.
I understand Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan needs to leave. So we'll just felicitate him and then you'll continue. Yeah, please come, please.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. And we'd like to felicitate Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan. May I request our co-chairs to kindly present a memento to Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan. Thank you for your time and insightful presentation.
ये हुक करना है कॉलर का, ठीक है, ये हाथ में या फिर पॉकेट में जाए, ये पॉकेट में जाए, ये कॉलर का है.
We once again thank Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan for his presentation, and we would continue with our next presentation. And Dr. Maria Amodio, please continue.
Good evening to... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't think so. Okay. So again, good evening. I was I was giving my thanks to the chairman and the previous speaker, because I think my topic is very complementary to that one. We work more of the post-harvest side. No way. Okay. Okay.
No, still not clear.
I will speak here. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will speak here. So This is the title of my presentation. I will not read it again, but I want to say that our work we do in our lab is say beyond the industry application. So I will show the results of our study of my PhD students. And we work on the post-harvest side, and then together with company, we do patent, or we work with for a project, or we sell our results. We try to go in the further implementation, but I will show you our research site. I am full professor at the University of Foggia, and Foggia is the southeast part in the Apulia region, or in Italian Puglia, in the southeast part of Italy. It's a young university, and I work into the Department of Agricultural Science. And mainly I work on post-harvest technology. So post-harvest treatment and then quality assessment. And the last year I'm working more and more into non-destructive technologies. So going directly to the point, trying to be on time, I want to say that why we need non-destructive, we need the non-destructive for the same reason we need destructive technique. So to determine the optimal harvest time, to identify the best market window, to detect and remove defective products, sort produce according to commercial standard, or sort product for suitable processing or destination. We might need to evaluate internal composition, generally for fruit and vegetable. We assess soluble sugars and acidity, maturity index, or to predict storability and shelf life. I was saying these are the main objective of quality assessment. But if you use non-destructive technology, this will sometimes substitute, sometimes complement, but for sure it will give more information. Also, being non-destructive, you don't have to destroy your sample. So if with a destructive method, you can analyze few fruits and then decide if to harvest with a non-destructive method, which has the advantage to be very rapid, very fast, reliable, and with one scan, you can have different quality parameter, many quality parameters according to the model that you built. So at the same time, you can go into the field to fruit by fruit, you can decide which one to harvest. Or you can put, as we have seen on the sorting optical sorting machine on the and up to the cellular phone for consumer. In addition, besides all this, let's say the main objective now, agriculture producer, they are asking also tool for prove authenticity, including origin, cultivar, and production system. I will speak today mainly about hyperspectral. We have heard already about that. I will say a few words in the introduction about this, and spectroscopy, which are used in the food, many fields, but we are speaking here today of food, and I will speak about fruit and vegetable. This technology they study the interaction of the light with an object. So we can have, when the electromagnetic waves interact with absorbance, reflectance, scatter. We study all of this in which is called fingerprint of the spectral fingerprint of our product. Because starting and very previous study from remote sensing, you can detect vegetation based on spectral fingerprint. This fingerprint, then you can go closer and closer to see much more things. So that depends on the shapes, the size of the cell, the interspace between cells, and most importantly, the composition. What is inside these cells? Because if you speak about NIR, you will see the vibration of overtones in combination band of CH and H or H. You will have a complex signal, but then you have to understand what is inside this signal, because of course you will have many of these boundaries in many molecules. Some of them, there are some specific wavelengths which tell us what is there, but we don't have a strict correlation. This wavelength, we have this compound. No, but a fingerprint which is affected by many things, which we say we characterize the product, and also when spectra are different, we can understand why they're different, and to correlate some categories, some pre-harvest factor to this. Hyperspectral is giving much more spatial information, and in addition to the spectral information, so we know where are the things we are detecting. We have a 3 data cube, but maybe I don't have time to do the detect. We have many, as many images as depending on the spectral resolution. So for each wavelength, we have one image, and for each pixel, so if you collect the information for all the image, you will have the spectrum. So what we do in our lab, I will show just a few examples because I spoke in my title of authentication, sustainability, and generally on quality. Regarding authentication, for instance, authentication of origins, authentication for cultivar, and this is a study of 2 varieties of artichokes where we get 100% discrimination in the last year, and one of these varieties, Brindisinos, has become a protected origin product in Italy, in our region. You can know something about the pre-harvesting factors. Some years ago, we worked on this national project, which was called Sustaining Low-Impact Practices in Horticulture through Non-Destructive Approach, to provide more information on fresh produce history and quality. And from the title, you can understand what we can do. And for instance, on rockets, we could discriminate different level of irrigation and fertilization. And we want to enhance, because if you came to the point that you really give this information at the users, then you can help to diffuse low impact practice more and more, because you can prove that the low input have been used. And you also can detect quality and to see is the same quality or quality is different depending on the input of the water or the fertilizer you are using. In fact, on this study on tomato, we did not only discrimination based on growing system, but also prediction of soluble solids, the acidity, but also vitamin C, lycopene, beta-carotenes. And in this case, here you can see the camera, the spectra you already saw, and some results. For instance, we had at the end more than discriminating the 3 systems, which actually were one open cycle, one closed cycle with recirculation, like we heard before, and sensor-based nutrient solution where you gave what the plant really needed. So this is the efficiency of the water system and the fertilization system varied according to the system, but not only because we used 2 different quality of water, brackish and good, 2 variety over 2 seasons. So the efficiency, the water use efficiency was different. So we at the end threshold the 3 level of water use efficiency, and we could have 90% discrimination. While on the upper part, you can see prediction of soluble solid, but we will speak about this in the quality section. Last example of authentication, you can, in this study, in the same hydroponic, in the same tunnel system, we grow strawberries with different organic protocols, 2 organics actually and 1 conventional in another part. And the organic were differentiated by the management of the soil nitrogen. So one was called conventionalized because they used the grower used just the lowest produce to give minerals, but for agroecological system we put manure. They put manure, actually. It was their work, and this is a published work where we get 98%. So they apply the same water at the same times. They did everything in the same way, just the soil management and other was different. About quality, we all know. Then in recent years, we know that there are portable instruments, that there are optical sorting machine with also some near sensors, and that they can sort for defects, they can sort for soluble solids, for acidity, mainly for maturity index. For fruit and vegetable, we don't have any way to know the composition. So I think that the advancement of the technology should be more on detecting phytonutrients, and we did this on many crops, detection of phenol, phenolic content, ascorbic acid, and in general antioxidant content. This is an example on fresh cut artichokes. Sometimes the accuracy is very good, sometimes it's not so high, but I mean, you don't have any information. If I tell you, like, ascorbic acid in this goji berry is, let's say, 20 milligram plus or 0.02 grams plus or minus 0.02, I think it doesn't matter if we do some errors, but still we are potentially giving indication of internal nutritional composition without any use of chemicals, equipment, destroying sample, preparation, trainer of the people. We can give indication of internal content. This has been applied on goji berry, and we can see here the regression square actually was high enough for ascorbic acid and for soluble solid, and a little lower for the others. You can see then the spatial information. I mean, this is not a real spatial information, but this is telling you by the color which one has higher, lower content, and there is a color bar going from 0 blue to red, and so you can see and you can sort for different use, for different processing, or for different packaging, for different quality. If you put on the sorting line. When we speak about mapping, mapping is more something like this. So where pixel by pixel you can predict the content of some compounds. Again, vitamin C, ascorbic acid on rocket we live with a regression square of 0.8. Sometimes, as I said, it's not only you don't have to see the regression square, but the error is more important. So the mapping inside the leaves, or here, I don't know if
can we try to conclude? No?
I'm almost finished. So the content of sugars inside the fennel slice, so increasing from outside to inside. Here you can see detection of the grapes on the field, so for automatic robotic harvesting, and you can detect botrytis, and we are now working on pesticides. Physiological disorder, chilling injuries in eggplant, so you can reduce the post-harvest losses by doing early detection. As you can see here, from the total is 85%, and time by time is a different one, but accuracy is increasing depending on the day of storage. And you can see here chilling injuries increasing from day 4 very sharply. And we did this also on eggplant, bell peppers, or the products. Finally, discrimination of defects for goji berry. From 4 defects, we went to up to, when you want to sort just the fruit, you have 100% of correct detection. And this is important, the detection is done on the sound tissue, because Goji doesn't rotate on the belt, so with digital imaging, you are not sure if you can see or not the defects. By this way, sound tissue also give information about the problem. Well, shelf life prediction, we can do shelf life prediction of the raw material better than with extractive measurements. And here is another example of fresh cut, also doing kind of ANOVA for the storage time and the oxygen level. So you can see statistically the effects on the factor on the related to the treatments. And in this case, sprouts are very delicate, so you don't have way to make measurements. So hyperspectral is a good option. And really, this is the last example, but I will not speak too much. It's just another way of using spectra to predict shelf life. You can see changing color, you can assess, you can do a threshold, and you can estimate the shelf life. So my conclusion are that, of course, we know that there are already different applications. The number of products, the number of constituents to determine. We can use in another field, like to reduce post-harvest loss, like diseases or early symptoms of injuries. And this will improve fresh fruit and vegetable produce chain, as you say, enhancing quality, increasing sustainability, and reduces post-harvest loss. Many thanks for the attention. Just thanks to my group for working with me. Thank you. You can find information on the Facebook.
Thank you, Dr. Maria. But one query I have, there was a mention of sound, means it is with respect to near infrared spectroscopy. So does this system or technology has some role of ultrasound or sound to play and revert something?
No.
There was some slide which mentioned reflection rate of sound.
Well, reflection rate of?
They have mentioned.
Reflection rate of?
Sound means there was some
Sound.
mention of sound. So infrared technology and sound, these are two
No,
different scanning technologies.
different.
Okay,
No,
okay.
I say sound fruit, maybe sounds means healthy.
Okay,
Maybe in
okay,
this sense, sounds fruit. I don't know.
Right. Great. Please hit. So encouraging work, very interesting. And I am in fact more encouraged to see that imaging can also scan the nutrients and chemical compositions in a fruit, in an agricultural product, and which will create lot of value whilst in the sorting process, like processing and taking the right material, right value of goods into right shelf at right price. Thank you, Maria, Dr. Maria. So Dr. Mishra is not here. Sorry, Dr. Mishra is not here. So we have his recorded session that may be played after. Yes, all the panelists may speak. So now I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Reddy, Senior Vice President, Tata Consumers Product Private. Mr. Reddy is in a strategic leadership role. He oversees the company's manufacturing operations and the sourcing of critical non-commodity inputs, driving efficiency, quality, and supply chain excellence across one of the India's largest consumer goods profile. He has a lot of other responsibilities along with this, and prior to his current position, he held senior leadership roles in operations and strategies at Tata Coffee and ITC Limited. Welcome, Dr. Reddy. Would like to hear your invaluable thoughts.
Yeah, only a submission. I'm not a doctorate yet. I don't have the privilege of that.
So I tell you, we people in academics
Yeah.
are conditioned to
Oh yes, yes.
give a salutation
So
of doctor.
I come with that handicap, so please excuse
No,
me.
no, that is not. That's a liberty also.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you can have the, do you have the presentation? Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I think we heard a lot of sessions on AI and ML and the use cases, and there are a lot of use cases in manufacturing as well. And my talk today looks at a step below, before AI and ML, or digitization or automation, based on my limited experience. But I would like to present a few facts, and I would like to present what is the role of operational discipline before we get into manufacturing in this AI era, right? And that's how I'm going to concentrate my talk on. And this is not a typical talk where I would say that coming from manufacturing that robots will take over jobs or will eliminate jobs. On the contrary, I would say that the human agency and human in the loop would be more important than what we would envisage it to be, right? So AI in my view, AI in food manufacturing plants is like a sous chef or a deputy chef or the second in command, right? Brilliant, fast, but the dish would finally depend upon the head chef, which is all of us as humans, right? And when I'm stepping back a bit, sorry, my talk is not to say that AI is not important. My talk is to say that AI requires as a prerequisite operational technology as to be disciplined for AI in foods manufacturing, right? There is a role of, there's a critical role of all the OT instruments, the sensors, which the professors before me brilliantly captured. Accurate sensors are important for giving us high fidelity data. And because it is on this data that AI would, be working on trying to optimize the data for a particular use case. In a typical manufacturing plant, therefore, what would happen is more than ever before, because now we're going to have systems operating at a scale and a speed which a human will not be able to replicate or even control. Therefore, the importance of the nuts and bolts, which is importance of maintenance and SOPs, becomes more crucial, right? What is it going to be? Consistent calibration, maintenance logs, adherence to SOPs. This can all be done through AMI/ML, but what I am insisting on is the real work of calibration of these sensors or the sensing devices that are there, or in terms of maintenance of the underlying equipment and the operations thereof, is as important for AI/ML to be able to run your plans, to run your systems as such, right? And in effect, what I'm saying is AI is only as good as the data that we feed it. And that's where I'm coming from. We take a biscuit line. If the oven temperature drifts, right, the AI either should know that there is a temperature drift that is happening, or the wrong placement of the sensor, or the AI would therefore read the wrong results and optimize for the wrong data. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. So what I'm trying to tell here today is that for AI to be implemented in manufacturing plants, and I would guess in many other areas, strengthening the foundation of the operational technology underlying, whether it's the operational technology or the science behind this, and we've seen all the scientists here, I'm sure they would agree that the science is more important, or as important as the AI/ML layer over and above that, right? The OT Foundation, therefore, provides the stable platform from where I'm saying the technology of the operational technology
for ensuring the AI-driven decisions. If you're going to be increasingly dependent upon AI decisions, the operational technology discipline, which I talked about in the previous slide, becomes more important. And in a food context, and we are all in this room, we also have heard some speakers talk about food safety and the importance of food safety. Maintaining this OT supports the compliance with whether it is food safety standards, FSSA standards, US FDA standards, or any standards that you're exporting to. These standards, maintaining of the standards and ensuring the standards are run and not taken over by systems which are built on faulty foundations is going to be critical. And therefore, it's important that the foundation, that is the operational technology, assists and AI amplifies. And that's the way that I would look at it. And therefore, I would suggest that disciplined operational technology reduces downtime and stabilizes the production. That is anyhow a use case that we are looking at. So what I would say is that how do we use operational technology to enhance AI performance, or optimizing AI performance is built on strong OT foundations, and it will allow us to believe the AI system, as well as utilize the AI systems for with higher confidence, whether it's in pattern recognition or any anomaly detection, right? And it's my belief that science first and digital follows. And this is where particularly I think in the last 1 month, we've been having increasing news items talking about AI. We talked, more news about AI than any other, perhaps also got to do with the AI summit that happened in the capital a few days ago, how AI will replace. But I would like to emphasize that the science is as important, or if not more important. Science is based on chemistry and the physics and biology. The natural laws because of AI don't change. And that is where, as practitioners, as well as scientists or even students, this is where I think we come in. We need to know our science better for us to enhance the use cases of AI and help AI to help us do better. And it's my understanding that there are some limitations of the digital tools. AI tools can assist, can perhaps amplify, but cannot replace any food principles. These are natural laws, right? And therefore, understanding of these laws is where human agency and developing these laws, discovering these laws, perhaps assisted by AI, would help us, do better things. And in some cases, AI would not be the right. I understand that there are universities which are working on, looking at tasting, right? Very difficult science, sensory. Perhaps I would think that the AI would perhaps say, or the ML prediction would give you a quantification of the taste, say in terms of, being it sugary or salty. But whether it is refreshing is always going to be human agency, right? So therefore, and it's my belief, and it is after taking up many use cases, good, important use cases in the manufacturing plants that we operate, there is a critical role of expertise, of human expertise and human agency. Domain experts are required more in this era, right? To interpret this digital data, and there's going to be a lot of digital data that would be thrown up. And while the scientists are equipped to be probably looking at this data and recognize patterns, and you probably
how do we in the industry or in academia or students equip ourselves to be science first, understand the expertise required in a critical area, and that would make a difference between using AI in a better way, in a faster way, in a very more useful way, right? And therefore, and I would think that domain experts will be required not only for interpreting data, but also to differentiate anomalies which are thrown up on the data and maintain product quality and safety. So I would therefore suggest that before all the algorithms in play, and you've seen a lot of algorithms by distinguished professors. I did work with Dr. Anand Ramakrishna on a couple of projects, and he's also doing a lot of projects in Tata Consumer. I'm sure there are a lot of algorithms, but I would suggest that discipline in at the factory level, discipline at the field level is the most important algorithm, right? It's the human discipline that we see that governs these micro decisions on impacting the quality and safety. And this consistency in discipline in terms of maintaining the systems, whether it's the operational systems or the sensors that would govern the data which is getting generated, is going to be as important, and therefore would be enabling AI accuracy. What you would actually therefore require is AI would be able to do, but in sense that what is the accuracy that would be determined by what is the operational technology discipline that we would be looking at. So in a sense, what I'm talking of, that it is the culture, the human culture of the operational discipline, of ensuring the nuts and bolts are in place, literally and figuratively, in a manufacturing system, is what is going to support this operational excellence and therefore render itself to AI. And it's my belief, and it is my experience too, that without understanding the underlying science and without understanding the underlying manufacturing systems, as I would, and I'm only restricting myself to manufacturing systems, you can easily automate errors, right? So one is error proofing that you all talked about. What I'm also without the basic understanding of the underlying science and the underlying systems, you could easily automate errors, and that is something that would require more of a human agency to prevent, rather than just simply looking at bolt-on AI systems. And therefore, the human expertise remains central. The humans have, even in an automation setup, have to provide the interpretation and decision making. So we had taken up a project in one of our biggest plants, and we also into the business of instant coffee. The idea was to optimize the fuel usage in the boiler, and it's a huge cost for us. And one of the things that and therefore we went to one of the best consultants, actually practitioners of the latest technologies, and tried to embed a machine learning algorithm to ensure optimization of the whether it is steam usage or in terms of fuel usage. One of the things that we discovered, that the AI was trying to optimize on data which was all over the place. It took us more than, I think, 8 or 9 months, and it was the consultants were struggling with that, because what we looked at is we had gotten digital experts who were experts in doing AI ML, putting up systems, putting up the sensors. We sensorized everything, the right thing to do. But one critical aspect of that particular steam engineering is that, and this is an instant coffee plant. Once the extraction takes place, maybe after 2 hours in a cell, the steam is required to flush out that, and therefore a new batch comes in. Right now, this aspect, unless the domain expert
Can
came
you,
in,
sir,
the human.
sir, can you just conclude?
Yeah, I have another slide. The human element came in and provided the insight that the spikes that they are seeing is because of this requirement of flushing out of steam is being used to flush out the coffee waste. The system could not move forward, right? And we were trying to optimize something on the basis of having digital capability, but without the domain expertise, and therefore it took us time to be able to deliver that particular project. So this I talked about. Digital tools, they reduce errors, definitely. They amplify the use cases. There is a speed that is there, but only when systems are healthy, and that is what I've talked about during all my slides. So therefore, AI, I would suggest, is an accelerator, but definitely not a substitute in all cases. AI, and in the realm of operations and in the realm of manufacturing, AI enhances the operational excellence. It provides you early visibility. It can detect anomalies, optimizes the processes. Provides you predictive analysis, whether it's for predictive maintenance, all right. But I would reckon that human oversight is essential, because safety and quality, when I say safety or food safety, human safety, quality and compliance need human expertise. Alongside AI and well-maintained equipment. So in conclusion, I would say combining AI with strong scientific knowledge and operational discipline, which I've been talking in my slides, delivers the best manufacturing results.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Sri Devendra Reddy. As you said very clearly, AI is here to stay. Please come this side.
Human has to stay.
Yeah. And the human will taking hold of it. And he spoke very detailedly about the operational discipline in food manufacturing, operational technology as a foundation for AI in foods manufacturing. In fact, we could hear from, say, like, if you look at the right side, we are all academicians. So we have been, doing experimentation. We have been doing, trying to convert it to commercialization. But here we have a person who is basically from the industry, speaking about what is needed, what applications are being there, and how it can be implemented. And one thing very clearly is that discipline as the most important algorithm. So that's how the whole thing has to be taken up. We have learned a lot from his presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Now we have Dr. Ganesh. Dr. Ganesh is a professor at the Center for Artificial Intelligence at IIIT Delhi, and specifically working on computational gastronomy and biology. And that's where he comes in terms of nutrition. He's in fact has done digital building blocks of food, flavor, nutrition, and sustainability. And a person who is specializing in artificial intelligence on food pairing, culinary evaluation. And so naturally, yes, he has done a lot of work in this particular area. And he continues advancing data-driven, sustainable, and personalized approaches to food and health through research and innovation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for giving this opportunity to be presenting this audience. I must at the outset like to say that I'm an outlier in this speakers as well as the audience, because I do not come from food sciences background. I'm trained in physics, computer science, and I've been working in the field of AI, specifically computational gastronomy. So in the time given to me, which is 15 minutes, I would like to present to you a narrative. I know it's a long day, it's the end of the day almost, and I would like to present to you a story, a narrative, telling you about how computational gastronomy has been seeded in India, in IIIT Delhi, and now is globally accepted as a blend food and nutrition with artificial intelligence. That is what I would like to present coming from IIIT Delhi. To begin with, if you think that I must be a foodie, having worked on food for the last 10 years, you would be terribly wrong. As a teenager, I always aspired to be an astronomer and astrophysicist. While I could not be an astronomer, it has been a long journey from me, from astronomy to gastronomy, pun intended. I would like to present food and the dishes that we look at as a cultural paradigm, something which has been designed and evolved over a long period of cultural history, maybe for hundreds, maybe 1,000 years. And human beings are very special in combining ingredients to create dishes out of them. And therefore, Homo sapiens are seen as, food is seen as something very special and deeply human. And this is the argument which has been made by Richard Wrangham in his book Catching Fire, How Cooking Made Us Human. And having said this, the fact that food is so central to human beings, a human's identity, I must also say that in 21st century, other than the fact that food is central to human identity, we need to understand food through digital paradigm, through data-driven paradigm, because of other two factors as well. The other two factors being health and sustainability. Health is critical because we are facing today, obesity, cardiovascular disorders, and type 2 diabetes predominantly are driven by the virtue of diet, among other factors. And therefore, I believe that we need to look at food through the lens of data in 21st century. And lastly, sustainability. We know that there are many factors that are critical, which play a role in deciding how well the civilization will survive. Other factors, one of the things that is going to be important is whether we are able to sustainably feed a population of 10 billion, which we are anticipating by 2050 or not. That is going to be rather critical. And in my opinion, therefore, we should be concerned about finding ways of sustainably feeding this anticipated 10 billion population by 2050. And this is where my paradigm, my idea comes into play, which is that of making food computable. Can we see food and every aspect of food through the lens of data? Because in data science, as they say, that garbage in and garbage out. If you want to convert food into a data science, you need to collect and curate every aspect of food in terms of data. And computational gastronomy, which blends food with data and computing, tries to achieve that. And when I say that food is a complex paradigm, I am referring to the fact that food involves a variety of facets, right from traditional recipes that we consume on a day-to-day basis, whether it is in Italy, India, Brazil, or Mexico, or for that matter, any part of the world, or the flavors because of which ingredients are chosen to be used in the ingredient recipes, or nutritional value, health association, or for that matter, the carbon footprint. All of these are critical factors. And when we started our work way back in 2015, when I was still at IIT Jodhpur, data was absolutely absent on all of these facets. And we started our journey of starting collecting data on different facets of food. And this is where the first of the databases that we built was that of RecipeDB. And when we started, we maybe barely scraped the data of Indian recipes of 2,543 recipes, which were structured by looking at their ingredients and the flavor molecules. But trust me, we later built up this database to have as many as 118,000, 118,000 recipes from 74 countries. And today, we are having 500,000 recipes from 100 countries in a single place called RecipeDB. And in a similar manner, we have collected the data of flavor molecules, nutritional value, health associations, and carbon footprints of the recipes. This is to say that over last 10 years of our work, we have been collecting, curating, structuring the data on different facets of food, without which making food computable, the vision, is not feasible. It is not possible at all. But today, having done so, we are considered globally to be the ground zero of computational gastronomy. And our lab, therefore, takes the pride of having started this whole niche of computational gastronomy. Please remember that barely you would know of any discipline which has started from India and is globally accepted. But today, computational gastronomy is not only accepted in academia, but also in industry. And for example, last year we had 3 major international events, one in University of Parma, Italy, then it was in Ireland, and the third was in Washington, DC. All 3 were celebrating the notion of computational gastronomy and making food computable. That's my vision, and that's what I've been propagating. One concrete use case I would like to present in terms of how AI can play a role. while we have obviously understood and accepted the fact that AI cannot be replacing it, which I will highlight as I go forward, AI definitely has a big role to play when it comes to food, food processing, and similar factors which are being discussed as part of this event. Artificial intelligence has creeped into our life in multiple ways, whether it is looking at Amazon and trying to shop, or for that matter, looking at other online tools that we always use where recommendation systems play a role. But the question that we are asking is that human creativity can itself be captured by a computational algorithm or not. We have been doing it right from chess 1998, the game of Go 2017. Then in the recent past, we have been doing it in the context of poetry, painting, and music to some extent, I would say. But cooking is a very, very different ball game. Food processing or cooking to create a delicious product or a dish is something which is very, very challenging because it involves not only compositional aspect of ingredient combinations, but also taste, odor, touch, color, and everything that you can think from a sensory perspective. And therefore, cooking is the ultimate paradigm, in my opinion, where AI is going to play a big role. Now, having said that, if you think about how many recipes are theoretically possible, turns out that compared to the 500,000 or a couple of million recipes that I can talk about, and that is the last maximum limit of recipes that have been collected, the actual number of recipes that can be created by permutations and combinations is as large as 10 to the power 30, which is more than the number of estimated stars that are there in the whole universe. So it's a salivatingly large number of recipes that we are talking about here. But at the same time, I know that not all of these permutations and combinations will be palatable, forget about being tasty or delicious. Therefore, we need the intelligence, intuition of a chef to be brought into the picture, and that is where we believe that can a computer think like a chef is a big question that we should be asking. In fact, we are building on the argument of Alan Turing, who asked this question in 1955 about can a machine think, to ask can a machine think like a chef. And for that, we have built an algorithm. I don't want to get into the details of it. If you visit the lab's website, or if you even search by my name on Google, you will get up all the research about computational gastronomy. One of them is about this ratatouille. Many of you would have seen the movie Ratatouille. Fondly, we named the algorithm Ratatouille, where we have created an algorithm by scraping the data, structuring it, fine-tuning a large language model to generate recipes which are potentially palatable and tasty, right? Remember that all of these recipes need to be eventually cooked in the kitchen or produced in a lab to be able to taste it before we are confident about the efficacy of these algorithms. And this is where we have built the Turing test for chef, which I believe is taking us in a direction where we are checking the veracity of our algorithm of generating recipes which are as close to the real recipes, because they're able to fool a chef into thinking that an AI generated recipe is almost as good as that of a traditional recipe. And we have done the testing with the help of Indian Institute of Hotel Management, PUSA, and later with Le Cordon Bleu chefs who have tried cooking these recipes, and many of them have turned out to be fantastic. We need to do a large scale testing of these algorithm based recipes, and we need to validate them. The efficacy that we have achieved at the moment, F1 score, is around 70% where we stand today. So my proposition is that AI is going to play a major role in the context of food cooking, food processing, and help us creating dietary interventions for lifestyle disorders, micronutrient deficiencies, or for that matter, the direction where AI can play a big role and help us creating personalized nutrition. Nutrition or food, dietary recommendations which are made for specific to individuals and which are not generic. Just because you and me both have diabetes does not make sense to have the same food as a generic advisory. We need to have food which is specific and individual specific and directed towards your health conditions. Well, we have been building a variety of tools which I don't want to get into details of it. This is one of them, which is called What Dish. If you hold the on the platter, it detects dishes, the Indian dishes. We have made it for 100 most popularly consumed Indian dishes and predicting the nutritional value of it. On that count, I would like to say, can AI ever replace a chef? As the previous speakers have been highlighting, to say that, look, AI is not going to replace a chef, but a chef using AI will be replacing a chef not using AI. It's an enabler. It's something which is going to compound the creativity of anyone who does cooking, or for that matter, creating new dishes. Lastly, taste. We have built algorithms for predicting taste and allergenicity and toxicity. Health, we have built algorithms for putting together the data of spices and their health associations, molecular composition. DietRx, which looks at more than 2002 ingredients and their health associations combined with genes and diseases. And very lastly, I would like to point at my startup, which is Foodoscope, which has come out of all these data-driven adventures that we have been living in my lab for the last 10 years. It makes the databases available for a commercial utility, along with all the associated information related to traditional recipes, nutritional value, health association, carbon footprint, among others. I would like to conclude on this note by none other than Brillis Savarin, who wrote the book, The Physiology of Taste, 200 years back. In his book, he coined the term the gastronomy for the first ever time. It took us a long time, 200 years, to reach from gastronomy to computational gastronomy, because it needed multiple steps, that of computing computers, computing algorithms, data science. But today, thankfully, with the kind of work that we have done in our lab, and now it is being taken globally, we have computational gastronomy. And I am so happy to be living the quote that he said 200 years back, in which he proclaimed that the discovery of a new dish confers more happiness on humanity than the discovery of a new star. So while I could not discover new stars by becoming an astronomer or astrophysicist, I hope to discover new dishes to make humanity happier and healthier. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ganesh. You very clearly mentioned that we need to now look at 10 billion people to be fed, and I don't think the existing systems would be enough. So we require more of influence of artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain technology, and all new technologies that has to come in, and probably the future technologies which are going to be coming in. And he could even mention what is the number of receipts which are required, mind-boggling. And his tutoring test chef is a good example, and mentioned clearly that not only in food but also in health disorders, AI can actually influence. And considering meal as a medicine, that's what he has proposed. And he has also mentioned his startup which has come out with the Foodoscope, right? Excellent. And I think you can get into his website, you can get details about it and follow that. And thank you very much, Dr. Ganesh. And we have two more presentations, but the point here is it is a recorded presentation. So what we have done now, because of the paucity of time, Dr. Puneet's and Dr. Mikhail's presentations are being already uploaded in the portal. And so you can have a look at, as and when you have time, you can have a look at it. Otherwise, I sincerely thank all the presenters who have very clearly mentioned what all experiments they are doing, how the entire process is undertaken, and how technology is actually influencing. We had literally, I would put it this way, that three of them from the academic front, and the two of them literally I'll put them as industry front, where they have talked from what is needed in terms of interventions from the industry. So sincerely thank, and I also sincerely thank Dr. Ashish for being the excellent co-chair. Over to you, sir.
You have concluded it well. My only submission is that there are too many discussions with respect to technology, with respect to the discipline in AI and the adoption of technology to enhance the efficiency of food sector. In India, we can say that whatever policy framework is required, so we from ICEA is all set to work with Ministry of Food Processing along with Ministry of Electronics, Heavy Industries, DPIIT, starting and ending to PMO. So all of this is possible. Kindly share your inputs with respect to what is holding us back in terms of adoption of technology, in terms of creating new technology. And I would like to appreciate and extend my gratitude to the panelists from outside India to kindly support, and we should work together, collaborate in whatever way, in whatever domain possible, we are here to welcome you and work together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor K.S. Chandrasekhar sir and Dr. Ashish Sorakia sir, for briefly concluding this session. So as we stand at the closing chapter of this enriching session, it feels like an ending, but more like a beginning to a world of transformation, to a world of smart system and a responsibility to shape a future together. On behalf of our NIFTIM family, I sincerely thank our distinguished speakers to plant, or we can say to code a seed of innovations in our mind to improve lives and to create digital systems. So now I would like to invite our co-chairs to felicitate our speakers. So first and foremost, Professor Avital Vecher. Professor Avital Vecher from Valkani Institute, Israel, presented on the topic the synergy between agriculture, robotics, and AI for smart agriculture and post-harvest process in the era of agroecological transition. Everyone, please present a huge round of applause. Moving ahead, we have Dr. Maria with us from the University of Foggia, Italy. Moving ahead, we have Dr. Maria from University of Foggia, Italy. Moving ahead, Mr. Devendra Reddy, Senior Vice President, Tata Consumer Products Private Limited. Last, and Dr. Ganesh Bagler, Center for Artificial Intelligence, IIIT Delhi. We would also like to thank all our online speakers whose knowledge is immensely important for the session 5. Now, I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Harinder Oberoi, sir, to felicitate our co-chairs. Please, sir. Professor K.S. Chandrasekhar, sir, Vice Chancellor, Cluster University of Jammu. Dr. Ashish Sorakia, sir, Director, Indian Cellular and Electronics Association.
Thank you, Dr. Oberoi. And may I request all our speakers also to kindly come forward for a group photograph. I also request Dr. Shekhar and Ms. Monica to kindly join the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, during your break, do have a look at the online recorded videos of speaker Dr. Puneet Mishra and Dr. Michael Graviers. They are uploaded right now on the NIFTIM site. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtain on day one of Anvesh 2026, we do so with a strong sense of momentum. Today has taken us from global perspective to ground realities, from policy and science to technology and application, setting a powerful foundation for the days ahead. We look forward to welcoming all of you back tomorrow for our day two. And Anvesh 2026 on day two continues to deepen conversations, spark collaborations, and shape the future of sustainable and innovative food system. Ladies and gentlemen, now we invite all of you to experience another important dimension of Anvesh 2026, our culture. Firstly, we have high tea for all of you, so join us for high tea. And post high tea, please join us for a cultural evening, very thoughtfully curated by the talented students of NIFTIM, featuring performances of from Indian classical traditions to contemporary expressions. This evening celebrates creativity, university that defines India, offering a refreshing close to a day of ideas, dialogue, and discovery. Please join us for tea and please join us for the cultural evening starting right now. It is being staged behind the exhibition hangar. Your LOs, licensing officers, and student volunteers of NIFTIM will guide you to the venue. The high tea is being served in the VVIP lounge, so do enjoy the high tea and see you all behind the exhibition hangar.